of £300. They've actually gone up by just shy of £200. Yes, and the legislation that we passed last week, the impact assessment states, the emissions trading amendments, we estimate that the cost pass-through for most sectors could feasibly lie at between 80 and 90%. That is a euphemism for even higher bills, isn't it?
Yes.
I'm afraid he's wrong on the first point he makes, because he's taking 1 quarter of summer 2024 and comparing it to today. If you look across 2025, bills are lower than in 2024. And actually, I hope, Mr. Speaker, he'd be supporting our £150 off energy bills, but they oppose all the measures that make it possible.
Oh, I've lost Claire Young.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government's consultation on alternative heating that ends today doesn't cover installation costs, yet that is what is stopping many of my constituents in off-gas areas switching away from oil. With National Energy Action warning of an £18 billion funding gap to meet fuel poverty targets, what action will the government take to ensure that those least able to afford alternative forms of heating are not left dependent on fossil fuel and paying sky-high bills?
Well, I think that the honourable lady is right to draw attention to our consultation, and I know from talking to my honourable friend that we will take into account the points that we made. Look, we want to make it possible for as many people as possible across the country to convert to cheap, clean power. That's the point of our Warm Homes Plan. That's the point of the consultation she mentioned.
For a branch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A recent survey conducted by Census Wide shows that 2/3 of households with heat pumps say their heating costs have increased, driven by electricity prices that are 4 times higher than gas. With, as we've heard, energy bills now £190 higher, despite this government promising to cut them by £300, does the Secretary of State acknowledge that his choices are making it harder for households to make the switch to greener heating options, and unlike the Conservatives' cheap power plan, are leaving households with higher bills?
Can I congratulate her on reading out the whip's handout? Question. Let me just say to her, no, I do not, and I'll tell her why. Because the action that the Chancellor took in the budget to take the renewables obligation off bills and onto public expenditure was the biggest single cut in the cost of electricity we've seen, actually, even dating back to their time in office.
Select Committee, Bill Lesterson.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. The costs of new infrastructure are a pressure on bills, as the Secretary of State knows. He deserves enormous credit for the results of auction round 7 today, where renewables, the strike price of renewables is less than half that of what it would be with new gas. But what is the approach to rolling out extra grid and indeed maintaining the existing grid, so crucial to the plans, given there is so much to be made up for following the failure to invest over many years since privatisation?
Well, he's right to draw attention to the auction this morning. Record amounts of solar power, the cheapest form of power we could possibly have in this country, less than half the price to build and operate new gas. And on the point about infrastructure, he's right. We inherited a terrible legacy. We are building the new infrastructure we need.
Amanda Hack.
My constituents of North West Leicestershire will soon be benefiting from an average of £150 per household to cut bills, as well as a number being able to access energy efficiency schemes. Could the Minister outline in more detail the changes expected to fixed elements of our bill, such as the standing charges, which impact those in fuel poverty so much more than the rest of us?
My honourable friend draws attention to a really important issue, which is standing charges, and we currently have been consulting on moving the warm homes discount from fixed cost standing charges to unit rates. It's been welcomed by Martin Lewis, among others. We do want to bear down on standing charges, and obviously we'll be announcing the results of that consultation soon.
Catherine Atkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last year, I teamed up with the local Labour Council Cabinet Member for the Cost of Living and the MP for Derby South to launch a free local pension advice service, which has delivered over £500,000 to eligible pensioners in Derby. It's helped with pension credit, home heating tips, fire safety advice and utility deals, and has even provided free draft extruders and radiator insulators. What steps is the Secretary taking to ensure that people know about the support they can get to reduce household bills?
Well, my honourable friend is really important to draw attention to this, and as part of our Warm Homes plan, we're going to be setting up a Warm Homes agency precisely to give people proper information, advice and guidance on what they can do to cut their bills. The biggest public investment we've ever seen in this country to help people cut bills and upgrade their homes, and we will make sure people know about it.
Good job.
Question number 2, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With your permission, I'll answer questions 2, 10 and 18 together. We recognise that high energy costs remain a significant pressure on UK businesses. We're acting now through the British Industry Supercharger and the new British Industrial Competitiveness Scheme to reduce electricity costs for energy-intensive sectors while delivering our Clean Power 2030 mission to cut bills for good. We also intend to consult on further options to reduce costs and make low-carbon heat economically competitive.
Good job.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amatec and Triple S Gears are two quite rare breeds. They're manufacturing companies in my Spelthorne constituency inside the M25. One employs 200 people, the other employs 43, and they seek to export around the world. How does the Minister expect those companies to be competitive on a global market when energy prices in Ashford, Middlesex are 4 times higher than those in Ashford, Alabama?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So it's exactly the disparity in international energy prices for industry that the previous Conservative government left us with, and that we're taking up with our Clean Power 2030 mission. But we recognise that as clean power is coming online, industry will need further support. And both Amatec and Triple S Gears are exactly the sort of manufacturing businesses that this government wishes to support through initiatives such as our British Industrial Competitiveness Scheme. The consultation for that is just closed. I do hope both of those businesses respond to that consultation, and we'll be publishing the results shortly.
Don't tell Pinkett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have small businesses and large in my constituency of Surrey Heath, everyone from small cafes to care providers to large manufacturers who tell me that they are being crushed by high energy costs. Given the wholesale cost of gas has fallen substantially since its peak in 2022, can the Minister indicate to us what proportion of a typical business energy bill is driven by either wholesale costs, network charges or policy costs? And which one of those is likely to be borne down on over the next year as a direct consequence of government action?
None of them.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So he's quite right to point out the impact on small businesses of energy costs. And as we've seen, they've been largely driven over many years by the linking between energy costs and gas prices, something that this government is determined to deal with as we pile on renewable energy as part of our clean power mission. In terms of gas costs specifically, UK gas costs, after policy costs are included, are competitive with Europe. But of course, what we want to do is remove businesses from having to rely on the whims of the fossil fuel market and be able to rely on low-cost, secure, homegrown energy.
Franklin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A third-generation advanced manufacturing in my constituency of Guildford invested in solar-covered, energy-efficient factory to cut emissions and expand. Yet overall operating costs have risen sharply, including business rates increasing from 130,000 to 570,000. This business is doing everything right, switching to renewables, working to become more efficient, on top of crippling hike in business rates. The straw that breaks the camel's back is the energy costs. So what discussions has the Secretary of State had with the Chancellor about reducing industrial energy and associated costs so that firms investing in clean growth are properly supported?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And of course, it's absolutely central to the government's policy that businesses are incentivised to invest in renewable energy and electrification where that's possible, so that they can access the lower cost electrical energy that is coming on stream as part of our 2030 power mission. She mentioned that the business was a manufacturing business. It is possible that they could qualify for our British Industrial Competitiveness Scheme, which we're bringing forward in 2027, and the results of the consultation of which will be published shortly.
Jenka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Cornwall, after our groundbreaking critical mineral strategy, there is the possibility that Flow Renewables could maybe power critical minerals processing plants. This is a fantastic opportunity. Would the Minister look closely at these proposals and see how the department could help something like this to happen?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My honourable friend does a grand job of championing both the critical minerals industry in Cornwall and the potential for floating offshore wind in her own constituency. And of course, she highlights a great opportunity where investment in both energy and industry side by side can reduce the cost of capital for both parts of the supply chain and so create an economic opportunity. I'd like to thank her for the representations that she's made on behalf of her constituents to me prior to today, and of course I'll continue to work with her on trying to realise this opportunity.
Ewan Steinbank.
Mr Speaker, to transition away from fossil fuels, we need zero-emissions vehicles on the road. Manufacturers such as Alexander Dennis should be leading that transition, although they currently operate with a gas-intensive production process, and to stay competitive against imports need greater support. The BIC scheme is hugely welcome for reducing industrial electricity costs, but would the Minister consider supporting a dual fuel discount which includes the cost of gas to support automotive advanced manufacturing sectors such as Alexander Dennis?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I am, of course, very concerned about those industries that are gas intensive. And what the government's policy is intended to do is to ensure that where it is possible for those industries to decarbonise by electrifying, that they're given the support to do so, both through the confidence in long-term energy prices, through the delivery of our clean power mission, but also through the support to invest in their business.
Quickly.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I know the Department are working hard with the DFT to decarbonise shipping, but the current system works against businesses. One of our ferry companies is in the position where they have to pay £12 million up front for a shoreside connection and wait for up to 7 years. Will the Minister commit to reviewing this system to speed up electric shipping for places like the Isle of Wight?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm extremely grateful for the work of my honourable friend in engaging with me on this topic. In advance of the recent changes to the emissions trading scheme to include maritime emissions. It's incredibly important that domestic maritime emissions are included, of course, to incentivise the investment that's required to decarbonise. I am aware of the issue in the Isle of Wight that on one route there are 2 vessels that will be affected by that. I know that he's invited me to visit the Isle of Wight and to meet with the businesses concerned himself, and I'm allowed to make the commitment from the dispatch box that I will indeed do that.
You are Graham Ledbetter.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Businesses in public services in the north of Scotland pay amongst the highest commercial energy prices in the whole of the UK. The government's had 18 months to try and fix this. Why do they still think it's okay to discriminate against people in the north of Scotland in that way?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In fact, the government is taking an approach across the whole of the United Kingdom to deliver the energy infrastructure and energy generation capacity to guarantee low-cost, homegrown, secure energy for the future, and ensuring that the jobs and the benefits of that are seen across the country. And I would have thought he might wish to welcome those jobs. 20,000 jobs in Scotland, by 2030 additional jobs in clean energy industries in his community and mine.
Neil Griffith.
Thank you very much indeed. Well, time and time again, small manufacturing firms in my constituency of Llanelli tell me that high energy costs are making it difficult for them to be competitive, and they really feel they're on the edge. So given the lack of investment by the previous Conservative government and the fact that this government is now playing catch-up, when does the Minister think that enough new sources of energy will be generated to actually bring down prices, and how soon will interim help arrive?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My honourable friend for Llanelli is quite right to champion the small manufacturers in her constituency, which I know well from the time that I've spent working in South Wales. What is important to note, Mr Speaker, is of course the announcement from my honourable friend, the Secretary of State, this morning, which will shortly be the result of a ministerial statement in the House about allocation round 7, demonstrates our commitment to putting on new solar farms, new onshore wind, new offshore wind. Every single one of those installations contributes to our energy security and reducing the cost of energy for domestic consumers and industry alike.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Pippa Haring.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And the cost of electricity is still too high, and as we've heard, businesses are struggling to pay their energy bills. And while the government has offered help to the energy-intensive industries, it is the small and medium-sized businesses in my constituency and around the country that are still feeling overlooked and forgotten. Liberal Democrat researchers estimated that 3.1 million SMEs saw a total bill increase of 7.6 billion when the former Conservative government ended the energy bill relief scheme. So when will this government finally help SMEs, the small businesses, the backbone of our economy, to really see off their crippling energy bills?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So she and I agree that more needs to be done to alleviate the high energy costs on small businesses. I used to run an energy-intensive small business myself, and I do know how difficult that is. She's also right to point out that this is the legacy that the previous government left us with. We are pushing forward to 2030, obviously, where we will have lower energy costs and more secure energy in the UK. But we do recognise that more needs to be done to support small business, and we are providing measures right now that are helping, including our zero carbon services hospitality trial, which is now delivering support for 600 hospitality SMEs across the UK, and £200,000 to fund improvements in the UK Business Climate Hub to help SMEs with their carbon emissions as well. So we are providing support right now, but I do recognise there is more that needs to be done.
Miller.
Question number 3, please.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we set out in the solar roadmap, government considers effective community engagement as crucial as we scale up solar deployment across the country. Developers must consider local community views as part of their applications, and the quality of that community engagement is taken into account by decision makers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just across the border of my constituency lies Southall Solar, a scheme that works with the local community, pays a direct return to residents, funds local projects, and has even won awards for its landscape and environmental design. By contrast, Botley West, one of the largest solar farms ever brought forward in Europe, would have a profound and long-lasting impact on a rural area. Yet local people feel a level of developer engagement and transparency, and the community benefit on offer falls far short of the scale of that impact, and the Planning Inspectorate recently described the absence of key information as, I quote, very disappointing. So does the Minister agree with me that community benefits should be proportionate to the scale and impact of solar development? And will he agree to meet with me to discuss how large-scale solar schemes can listen better to rural communities so that clean energy is delivered with, not against, local consent?
Well, I have had many productive meetings with the Honourable Gentleman. I'm very happy to meet with him again to talk about these issues. Just to set out, first of all, that the Government absolutely believes that communities that host infrastructure should benefit from that. We consulted on mandatory community benefits. We'll respond to that consultation in due course. But today we've also published the Local Power Plan, the biggest shift in power and wealth we've seen in the energy space in British history, to make sure that communities like his, but right across the country, benefit from being able to own their own energy infrastructure, and for the benefits of that to flow into those communities. That's the ambition that we've set out as a government.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A solar farm is planned for my constituency, and the developer has engaged well with local residents. And yes, it will power 20,000 homes. Yes, it will get carbon emissions down. But most importantly it will make our bills more affordable, because solar is 50% cheaper than natural gas. So does the Minister believe that members across this House should say, as I say today, when it comes to renewable energy, yes in my constituency and yes in my backyard?
Well, I warmly welcome my honourable friend, perhaps unsurprisingly, in his comments today, because he takes seriously the issue of how we build the infrastructure this country needs for our energy security, but he also rightly points out what the benches opposite seem to completely ignore, that renewables are the cheapest and quickest form of power to get onto the system. And just today, the new auction has resulted in 4.9 gigawatts, taken together with offshore wind, the most successful renewables auction in British history. The entire front bench opposite used to agree with that. 50% cheaper than the new build gas that the Shadow Secretary of State now champions, that will put money on people's bills right across the country. It's the right plan for bringing down bills, for energy security and for jobs across the country.
Greg Smith, Conservative Shadow Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't think the Minister fully appreciates just how much communities threatened by large-scale solar up and down this country feel that they are having things done to them and not with them. The number one complaint that I have heard from campaign groups represented by Stop Oversized Solar up and down the land, including in my own constituency, is the threat to food security. When they try and engage, they keep being told this bogus figure of 1%. But by 2035, if we carry on as this government is going, an area the size of Greater London will be covered in solar. That's the equivalent to nearly 2,000 farms capable of producing 2 billion loaves of bread. When are we going to get the truth about the threat to food security from solar?
I mean, this is just the most absurd nonsense from the party opposite, who I see are now crowdsourcing their energy policy on Twitter, and it's not surprising we come up with that sort of nonsense when that's the information that they use. All the statistics point that even in the absolute most ambitious deployment scenarios, 0.4% of UK land would be occupied by solar. They come to this House time and time again and call for bringing down bills, but their policy is the exact same thing that would put up bills, would turn away from the investment that is driving jobs and opportunities across the country. They had no answers on energy policy for 14 years, and they've learned absolutely nothing in opposition.
Maguire.
Question 4, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government is absolutely committed to supporting the NHS being at the heart of our decarbonisation effort in order that A, they get to reduce their emissions, but B, that they allow them to reduce their dependence on expensive fossil fuels. That is why Great British Energy has already supported over 260 NHS sites with up to £130 million of funding. For GPs that aren't part of NHS sites, they can access the boiler upgrade scheme, accessing £7,500 towards a heat pump and £5,000 towards a biomass boiler.
Hello, Maguire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Primary care accounts for around 25% of the NHS carbon emissions, with many GPs working in ageing, inefficient buildings with high running costs. Research from the Royal College of GPs reveals that since May 2022, only 5 GP practices in England and Wales have accessed the Boiler Upgrade Grant Scheme, and most are unable to access the public sector decarbonisation scheme. GP partners across the UK identify lack of capital funding as the main barrier to decarbonisation, yet 260 NHS trusts are rightly receiving government funding for new solar panels. So will the Minister meet with me and the Royal College of GPs to discuss how GPs can access decarbonisation schemes and expand GP Energy's investment model to GPs?
I thank the member for raising this really important issue. I think you'd agree, and thanks for raising those figures again, that we are having an ambitious plan, and what's come out today in terms of the local power plan may well meet some of the needs that she raises. I will take it away and have a look at it. We do recognise that retrofitting commercial buildings can be costly and complex, and we're looking at other levers to do that, whether it's around accessing private finance, including exploring novel options such as property-linked finance. But I think the announcement today will help, and I'm very happy to discuss it further with her.
Mr. Strapper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was fantastic to see GB Energy invest in new, clean, bill-saving technology for Bedford Road Health Centre in my constituency last week, coming on top of investments already seen at the Lister Hospital and Bedford Hospital serving my constituency. It's good for the NHS and it's good for the planet. So how can we get it onto more public sector rooftops right across the country? And crucially, I've got some fantastic examples in Hitchin who would love to see further action.
I thank the member, and I applaud him for all of his ambition and championing of the opportunities that are presented in our low-carbon transition plan. I think the announcement today in the local power plan is a real opportunity to turn the dial on this, for local communities to become involved and to make the best of those benefits of the low-carbon transition. I look forward to working with him further on it.
Sir Aldy.
5, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The carbon pricing and emissions trading scheme is set by the market rather than by government, and the price is effective at driving investment in carbon abatement measures, but it is for individual operators to decide whether the costs of abatement in a project are effective for them.
Sir Aldy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, the government updated its carbon values to reflect its latest net zero emission target, but the UK emissions trading scheme does not take into account these updated figures. So in 2021, it was predicted that carbon abatement costs for a third runway at Heathrow would cost £100 million, and costs will have only risen since. And according to the emissions trading scheme, just 15% of the clean-up costs of expansion will be covered by Heathrow. The rest will fall on the taxpayer. So, will the Minister update the UK emissions trading scheme to reflect the carbon abatement costs of major projects, such as Heathrow expansion, so that the taxpayer can understand how much they will have to pay for a third runway?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government doesn't comment on or interfere with the carbon price. Ultimately, the price is set by the market to ensure that the ETS drives decarbonisation where it is cheapest. In this way, it can act most effectively as a financial incentive to decarbonise without specifying the particular technology.
Clerk Coutinho, Shadow Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's great to see you back on your feet. Last week, the Labour Party voted to increase the carbon tax, a tax which increases costs for households and industry. It's already doubled because of their policies. I think it's absolutely shameful for the government to say that they've had no impact on the carbon tax whatsoever. It's now over 10% of a household electricity bill, and the rise is an effective £5 billion tax a year on the British economy. So can the Minister explain why the Labour Party wants to tax our industrial jobs out of existence, leaving Britain reliant on dirtier imports from abroad?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure if the Shadow Minister is conflating the various carbon taxes with the emissions trading scheme, but to be clear, the government does not set or comment on the value of the carbon set in the emissions trading scheme. That is a matter for the market, and of course that's a policy that the previous government were very keen on because it drives the most efficient forms of decarbonisation. Ultimately, it places a price on carbon emissions and a price that ensures that private capital floods into the right place to decarbonise, as we have seen so successfully with the power sector in the UK.
Question number 6, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is huge potential from small modular reactors, both for our energy security and for jobs. I'm proud the decisions that this government has taken have enabled us to fund the UK's first SMRs at Wilver, supporting up to 3,000 jobs on site and thousands more across the supply chain. We want every part of the country to benefit from this potential, including Scotland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. An SMR at new nuclear at Hunterston Power Station would make a huge difference to my constituency, given that there are already nearly 650 people employed in highly skilled and well-paid jobs in the civil nuclear sector there. I was concerned to read a BBC article about a Scottish nuclear worker who relocated from Hunterston to Hinckley as there is no new nuclear in Scotland. Would the Secretary of State agree with me that we are losing talent and investment from the SNP's continuous opposition to nuclear?
My honourable friend speaks incredibly well on this issue. It's just common sense to have nuclear as part of our energy mix. We know why it's not going to happen in Scotland under the current regime, because the SNP, for dogmatic reasons, have set their face against it. They're even embarrassed to have this policy. The answer to it is to vote Labour in May.
Minister Jim, you weren't here. You've just appeared. I think you missed the first part of the question. That was the problem. You're still coming back. Come, just get on with it. Don't worry, Jim.
It is unusual, though.
Can I thank the Minister for that? Minister, you'll understand that I know the Minister is interested in small modular schemes, and we're very interested in having them in Northern Ireland. The Shadow Minister has also given a commitment to that. Can I ask the Minister, please, what discussion we had with the Northern Ireland Assembly, Gordon Lyons in particular, to ensure that we can also benefit? Thank you.
Well, obviously this is devolved to the Northern Ireland Assembly and Executive, but I think the Honourable Gentleman makes a really, really important point. Throughout the United Kingdom, there is huge potential around SMRs. This is the technology of the future. It can play a really important role in our energy mix across the UK.
Shadow Minister Andrew.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, it's unusual, indeed unheard of, in recent months anyway, for the Secretary of State and I to agree on anything on energy policy. However, it's probably not the first time this week he secretly agrees with a Scottish politician. However, I know he agrees that new nuclear, in particular SMRs, offer huge potential for the UK and for Scotland. This week, trade unionists for safe nuclear energy launched a petition addressed to the First Minister of Scotland, calling on him to lift the ban on new nuclear development in Scotland. Can they expect his department's support?
Well, the Honourable Gentleman is right about this, and I think, given the let me put it this way: given the scale of the climate change challenge, only those who are dug in a dogmatic way can oppose new nuclear. Given the scale of the challenge that we face, we need all of the tools at our disposal, provides good jobs, provides energy security, so it's only for dogmatic reasons that they can oppose it. There is one difference between him and me, which is he promised SMRs, we're delivering them.
The difference, Mr. Speaker, is that the ambition when it comes to nuclear pales in comparison to our ambition when we were a government with this Secretary of State and his ambition. When I served as the Minister for Nuclear, it was the source of greatest frustration that the many, countless, indeed huge strides that we took to kickstart the new nuclear age in the UK, none of the investments or the jobs would be seen north of the border. Now, the Scottish National Party is most at home refighting the battles of the past. It does tend to be the battles of the 14th century. But in this age of a nuclear revolution across the world, the aversion to nuclear is inexplicable. It is a Luddite approach. The SNP is anti-science, anti-progress and anti-jobs. There can and should be a future for nuclear in Scotland. So does the Secretary of State not agree that this is the time for the Scottish National Party government to move Scotland, to drag themselves into the 20th, let alone 21st century, and change course and lift this ridiculous ban?
He makes his point in his own way, and I do believe, as I say, that the SNP's position makes no sense. I do just gently point out to the honourable gentleman, though, he might have had grand ambitions, but no delivery with grand ambitions is completely worthless, and that was their record on nuclear.
Well, we're under just.
Question number 7, please, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. GB Energy's mission is to power Britain with clean, secure and homegrown energy. They've already started that work, with GB Energy and the government funding around 250 school and 260 hospital solar installations, including at Rakesgate Primary School and Ormiston, New Canterbury, in my honourable friend's constituency.
We're in digest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my constituency of Wolverhampton West, almost 1 in 5 households have been living in fuel poverty, struggling to heat their homes this winter. So I do welcome the government's commitment to lifting 1 million more households out of fuel poverty by 2030, which will have a significant impact on my constituents. But can the Minister please outline what other tangible changes my constituents can expect to see over the next year, thanks to GB Energy, so by the time we come to next winter, they can feel comfortable that they can now afford to heat their homes?
I thank my honourable friend for that question. I know he is focused, like I am, on reducing energy bills for his constituents and people across the country. I've already spoken about the extensive investment, not just in his constituency, but across the country in solar, and people in Wolverhampton and across the country will also be benefiting from our action to reduce energy costs by an average of £150 this April, and that's in addition to continuing the warm home discount for nearly 6 million eligible households this year.
Campbell.
Mr. Speaker, there have been numerous references to the cost of energy and the reducing cost of it in the United Kingdom. Has any assessment been made by the Minister or the Department of the comments by the International Energy Agency in the past few days that seems to indicate we have one of the highest prices in the Western world?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think where myself and the International Energy Agency would agree is that we need to get off of this roller coaster of fossil fuels and make sure that we are investing in clean, homegrown energy that people across the country can take advantage of to lower their bills.
Number 8, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As set out in the recent Northern Growth Strategy, the North East is at the forefront of our clean energy revolution. Our industrial strategy's Clean Energy Industry Sector Plan sets out measures which will support investment and growth across the UK. And GB Energy has supported grants to mayoral strategic authorities which will enable locally led energy projects.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for that response. So for 100 years and more, skilled workers in the North East have relied on high-paid energy jobs, be it in coal, gas or oil, in mines, on factories, in ports and on rigs. Labour's clean power mission can bring new jobs to existing supply chains, but companies and workers need help to transitions. So will the Minister tell me how she plans to future-proof the North East energy supply chain and deliver secure, well-paid and unionised jobs?
My honourable friend is absolutely correct to highlight the huge opportunities there are for the North East in the energy transition. We are estimating an additional 10,000 jobs by 2030, building on those that are already in place in offshore wind, in the Port of Tyne and in nuclear Hartlepool. She's right to point out the importance of that transition for both existing workers and for the next generation. That's why we've introduced a Clean Energy Jobs Plan to make sure that transition is as successful as possible. I'd like to also highlight the work of Mayor Kim McGuinness, who held an excellent Green Jobs Fair in the North East, which has provided a blueprint for the rest of the country, and highlight the importance of our work hand in hand with the trade unions to make sure that we deliver the most effective transition possible.
Question number 9.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Great Britain's electricity distribution network is highly resilient, and the Government works closely with industry to maintain this. Energy resilience is a top priority for the Government, which is why my department will publish an energy resilience plan in 2026.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Constituents in areas like Ashwin, Whitton, Gilbert, Brandon and Waterhouses, and increasingly businesses in Durham City regularly contact me about recurring power outages. They've been told by Northern Power Grid that temporary repairs will be made, but clearly that offers no reassurance to those who are elderly, live alone, rely on their electricity supply for medication or power medical equipment. And recent storms can't be blamed, as many of these outages were reported in spells of fine weather. Can the Minister tell me what work the Government is carrying out to improve the resilience of the electricity distribution network in Durham, so that my constituents aren't constantly worried about when the power will next go out?
Well, my honourable friend asked a really important question, and obviously I completely understand the frustrations of people who are without power and the disruption that it has to people's lives. My department has had a number of conversations with Northern Power Grid on the particular issues in my honourable friend's constituency, and I'm advised that across Waterhouses, Brandon and Esh-Winning, many of these were caused by trees contacting overhead lines. Clearly, all of this is feeding into work that's been taken around making sure that the resilience of the network avoids those situations in the future. But we're also working around how we can upgrade the network where possible to make sure it is resilient. There's obviously always more we can do, but across the country, the grid does remain hugely resilient, and we work to support communities like ours where there are, unfortunately, power outages.
Farrell.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Two things that the Government could do to improve energy resilience, particularly in communities like mine in Cumbria. Thing one would be to support Electricity North West, making sure that they bury their cables where they can to protect them against wild weather, which we have from time to time, as he knows. And the second thing is to accelerate local energy markets, so that places like Coniston, we discussed in our meeting yesterday, are able to provide energy for the community they're embedded within, and therefore be able to enhance the resilience of the network. Will he do those things?
Well, I thank the right honourable gentleman. First of all, I think Northern Power Grid is looking at exactly that question about where some of the lines can be buried to try and avoid repetition of the issues that have been caused so far, but I'll follow up that point in particular with them. I had a fantastic meeting with him yesterday to talk about Coniston and around local energy markets, and I would encourage him and members across the House to read the local power plan published this morning, which sets out our ambition in this space to look at innovative ways communities can own their own energy, invest in their own energy, but also have the resilience of local energy networks and smart energy systems that help the grid nationally, but also help local communities.
Dave Dugan.
Number 12, please.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. This Government's actions mean lower bills for people across Scotland and lower levels of fuel poverty. In April, because of the Government's actions, households across Scotland will see an average of £150 of costs removed from their energy bills. And just last week, we announced the extension of the Warm Home Discount to 2031, meaning £92 million of support for some of the most vulnerable people across Scotland every year right into the next decade.
The energy market in Scotland operates in surplus in both generation and in transmission, whereas the energy market in England operates in shortage in both generation and transmission. Unfortunately, that means in a GB energy market, Scotland gets sucked into subsidising energy costs for English consumers. Over and above that, the UK Energy have made it clear that there will be no reduction in energy bills meaningfully until some indeterminate point in the 2030s. So will the Minister, just before the Scottish election, recommit to energy bills in Scotland being £300 lower in 2029 than they were in 2024?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bills are coming down, and yes, I will recommit to that. And if the honourable gentleman doesn't want to listen to me about the impact of our policies, he may look at the Scottish Government's own modelling of the £150 off of energy, which says that the number of people in fuel poverty in Scotland will reduce by 9%, and the numbers in extreme fuel poverty will reduce by 12.5% this April because of this government's action, not because of anything he or his colleagues are doing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's good to see you walking in today. I welcome the publication of the local power plan. It will be keenly read in my Hill and Year constituency, the heart of the Atlantic, where communities are taking their share in the wealth of wind. But to renew and expand community energy, we need to get connections to the grid. I welcome what the local power plan has to say about setting up tailored support for communities, but I would say there has to be priority support from Ofgem, from the grid operators and from this government to make sure that communities benefit from the wealth of wind.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know my honourable friend is a real champion for local community power in the Highland and Yar, and I know my honourable friend, the Minister for Energy, will be visiting soon, and I'm sure will have lots to say on his visit to the Western Isles.
Sir Mark Hendry.
Number 13, Mr. Speaker.
First of a kind, Mr. Speaker, the first of a kind clean industry bonus as part of AR7 is set to crowd in up to £3.4 billion of private investment in supply chains and support up to 7,000 jobs across the country. After a legacy of failure under the last government, we're determined the clean energy future is made in Britain.
Mark.
Mr. Speaker, what steps is the Secretary of State taking to ensure that jobs generated through the clean industry bonus are directed towards communities formerly dependent on fossil fuel industries, and that workers at risk of displacement during the transition are supported into these new opportunities?
My honourable friend makes a really important point, and one of the great things about the clean industry bonus is it is going to be focused on the industrial areas of our country, including those that are based in oil and gas. Too. We also have, as part of our North Sea Future plan, a whole set of plans to help workers who have been displaced from oil and gas into these areas. There's huge potential in this, and it is this innovation, Mr. Speaker, of actually rewarding companies that invest in our country.
Number 14, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the best ways to ensure accurate billing is by using a smart meter. Smart meters enable accurate billing by automatically recording energy use in every half-hour period, allowing bills based on actual rather than estimated usage. This is why over 2/3 of non-domestic premises are already using a smart meter.
That settles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Small businesses across my Stourbridge constituency have been mis-sold commercial energy contracts by brokers. A business in Lye were recently locked into a 3-year contract where they found themselves paying more than double the market rate, and an independent cafe in the Merry Hill Centre recently had to close due to the £1,500 a month in energy bills they were forced to pay. Will the government strengthen the law to protect small businesses against unscrupulous energy brokers and consider introducing a cap on business tariffs?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for that question. I'm sorry to hear about the experience of businesses in her constituency. The short answer to her question is yes, we will strengthen the law in this area. Rogue energy brokers have been allowed to use predatory sales tactics for too long to take advantage of customers, and that's why we're introducing new measures to stamp out this exploitation, and we'll introduce them once parliamentary time allows.
Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the 4th of February, the Government published the Advanced Nuclear Framework, which establishes a pathway to market by introducing the UK Advanced Nuclear Pipeline and clarifying the enabling policy landscape to unlock privately financed advanced nuclear projects in the UK, which is all part of our new golden age of nuclear power.
Jonathan Brash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I congratulate my honourable friend on the publication of the Advanced Nuclear Framework? It is an important step forward, providing a clear pathway for credible projects such as the one that X-Energy and Centrica are delivering in my constituency of Hartlepool. Will he ensure, though, that the right balance is struck between backing those projects that are most robust and mature, while also recognising that government support will be particularly important to unlocking private investment for the first project of its kind in the UK, which will make Hartlepool a trailblazer for our country?
Well, can I firstly pay tribute to my honourable friend, who is an absolute champion for Hartlepool, and I was delighted to be at an event recently as part of Nuclear Week in Parliament, where I met some of his constituents who I think pay tribute to him for the work that he does in this place and outside it to bring nuclear investment to Hartlepool. The framework that we've announced enables credible, mature, privately led projects by providing the clarity needed to attract the private capital. And of course, to join the UK Advanced Nuclear Pipeline, projects have to meet the readiness assessments, gaining in principle the endorsement of deliverability. So his point is hugely important, and we look forward to these private-led projects coming forward as part of this huge investment in new nuclear.
Charters.
Please, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud that the government's extended the warm home discount to an extra 2.7 million households, taking the total to around 6 million. Last week we announced that the scheme would continue supporting households for a further 5 years to 2031, and this will make a vital difference to so many families this winter, including an additional 190,000 households in Yorkshire and the Humber.
Charters.
Mr. Speaker, I'll never forget my mum renting a house in York with ancient heating, freezing rooms and an evil prepayment meter that drained her finances. And in York, over a third of fuel-poor households rent privately. So what is the Secretary of State doing to ensure that the warm home discount reaches them and ends the unfair penalty simply for renting?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, the experience my honourable friend outlines is still all too common in our country, and I know that he's raising this and continues to raise this on behalf of all of his constituents. The warm home discount is available to eligible private renting households on prepayment meters, and also through the Warm Homes Plan we are taking significant action to increase the minimum energy efficiency standards for the private rental sector so that every private renter in his constituency and elsewhere benefits from a warm home that is cheaper to heat.
17, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government takes energy security extremely seriously. We run one of the world's safest, most reliable energy systems and a top destination for investment. Investment in our energy infrastructure undergoes the highest levels of national security scrutiny.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given reports from Norway and Denmark that Chinese manufactured electric buses contain remote kill switch technology, and that the recent UK-China engagement appears to have delivered an embassy for the Chinese and little more than a labubu for the United Kingdom, how can the Minister be confident that Chinese-made energy infrastructure does not pose similar national security risks, and what steps is she taking to remove our reliance on Chinese-made infrastructure?
Yeah, it's slightly audacious, Mr. Speaker, to come into this energy system that when we left government in 2010, I think we had three of the top solar companies in the world. When we came back into office, we had nothing. There was no supply chain. So it is slightly audacious. But for this government, national security is our #1 and overriding priority. We are engaging constructively with every opportunity and with all actors, but at the same time, we make sure that every single decision takes into account our national security, and that will come first above anything else.
As Mr. Speaker, domestic production of clean energy infrastructure technologies insulates us from Chinese security issues. In Cornwall, we're on the cusp of a significant geothermal baseload energy production. Geothermal Engineering Limited in my constituency is imminently opening the UK's first ever geothermal electricity plant producing energy and lithium from beneath our feet. Can the Minister ensure that there will be ministerial representation at this key milestone in the UK's clean energy transition?
From China to Cornwall. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And there we go. There we go. I thank him for his continued championing of Cornwall, of geothermal, and of other critical minerals. This government supports geothermal, and we will ensure we engage constructively at any key moments.
Topicals, Olivia Blake.
Topical question 1, please.
Sarah Stake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This morning we've announced a record-breaking auction for solar and onshore wind, and we're launching our local power plan. This follows a month in which we've secured the biggest offshore wind auction in Europe's history and launched our Warm Homes plan. We're determined to deliver lower bills and good jobs as we take back control of Britain's energy.
Olivia Blake.
I welcome the Secretary of State's leadership in restoring momentum on net zero. Will he outline how the government's energy and climate strategies will be underpinned by clear delivery plans, milestones and transparent reporting to Parliament?
Well, as my honourable friend knows, and she speaks with great eloquence on these issues, that is the great thing about the Climate Change Act of 2008, passed with all-party support. David Cameron, my nemesis, was a great supporter of that plan, and that gives us those milestones that she's talking about. On top of that, we have our Clean Power Action Plan as well.
So, Secretary of State, Claire Coutinho.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last year, the Secretary of State signed a secret energy deal with China, which he has refused to publish. This is simply unheard of. We've heard repeatedly from intelligence services that China might seek to disrupt our energy system, so it is crucially important the public get to see what he has signed us up to. So will the Secretary of State commit to publishing the full text of his secret energy deal with China? And if not, can he tell the House what it is he's trying to hide?
Piece of advice: wacky conspiracy theories that she gets on the internet are no substitute for a proper policy.
Claire Coutinho.
Mr. Speaker, it's frankly another patronising non-answer from the Secretary of State. I'm not sure he got the memo, but his party is fed up with the sexist boys' club. And what is crucially important is that the public have lost faith in the Labour Party. This is a serious moment. So does he accept that when he stands at that dispatch box and tells the public that by his calculation their bills are falling, not rising, they simply don't believe him? And does he accept that when he does not set out what any of his plans will do to bills, like doubling the carbon tax or Clean Power 2030, he makes a mockery of his party's pretence that they care about the cost of living? And does he not reflect on all of this, the £300 nonsense pledge, the GBE fig leaf, and realise that when it comes to loss of trust, he is not their salvation, he is their problem?
Mr. Speaker, we'll take no lectures from the Right Honourable Lady on the cost of living crisis, because they presided over the worst cost of living crisis in generations. And let me tell her what we're doing. £150 off bills, the Warm Homes discount extended, the Warm Homes plan. We've done more in 18 months to cut bills for people than they did in 14 years.
Mr. Speaker, ExxonMobil have just closed the Musmoran ethylene plant. ExxonMobil also paid out £17 billion in shareholder dividends. Scottish workers betrayed for corporate greed. Does the Secretary of State agree that we need government ownership in vital industries, because private capital will always just look after shareholder interests and not those of workers, communities and national prosperity?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend does a good job standing up for workers in his constituency, and he will know very well the views of the government on this closure following the statement that I made in the House before Christmas. I was pleased to recently attend the task force locally, along with my honourable friend, the member for Cowdenbeath and Kirkcaldy, and along with the investment that the government is making in Grangemouth and the guarantee for an interview for workers from Musmoran at Grangemouth as well. Our focus is on supporting the workers and the local community. A significant investment by government in the local area that stands in stark contrast to the SNP Scottish Government that have limited their support to £3 million a year.
Pippa Hurling, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Trump's national security report made clear that he wants to use America's gas to project geopolitical power. We must not replace Putin's gas with a reliance on Trump's gas. And that's why signing the Hamburg Declaration was a step in the right direction, strengthening energy cooperation with our European neighbours. So we need to go further, and we should host the next North Sea Summit, demonstrating UK leadership. So has the Secretary of State managed to get the Treasury to see sense and agree to host the next summit?
Not yet, but the honourable lady makes a really important point, which is energy security from homegrown clean energy is important here, but also we should work with our European allies.
Steve Witherden.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituency is home to Bersham Colliery, the final coal mine to close in the whole of North Wales. And coal tip safety is paramount to Welsh communities, but there's a concern about companies extracting coal from our 2,590 tips for commercial gain. With the Senedd elections less than 3 months away, if the Welsh Government were to request that coal tip extraction be included in the government's coal licence ban legislation, Would the Minister consider amending the Coal Industry Act to extend the Mining Remediation Authority's remit to cover those powers, associated responsibilities in the future?
So, Mr Witherden, think about other people, not just yourself, who's got to get questions in, please.
Well, my honourable friend was in a Westminster Hall debate on this issue a few months ago, and what I said then remains the Government's position, which is we work closely with the Welsh Government on this issue. We are content that the Welsh Government's position, which is that this is already regulated, is sufficient, but we obviously keep these things under review.
You, Mr Speaker. Green Gen Cymru was granted an Ofgem licence within days of this government coming to power. Is the Secretary of State confident in the process that took place? And can he confirm how far it had reached under the previous government?
Again, we have had a meeting to discuss this issue in the past. I'm not going to get into decisions that Ofgem have made here, but any planning applications or further processes that they bring forward will obviously be dealt with by the Government and by Ofgem in the usual means.
Justine Sullivan.
Mr Speaker, as a Labour and Cooperative MP, I'm absolutely delighted with the publication of today's local power plan because I have seen it work in action with local energy projects such as the Bonus Scout Group, which is reducing its bills through 40 solar panels and delivering funding support for young people. What steps will it take to increase accessibility and community capacity to deliver local power plans? And will he join me to visit the Bonus Scouts?
She makes a really important point. Let me congratulate the Scout Group. My honourable friend promises he's going to come and visit on the record in Hansard, and she makes a really important point.
We're a House.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The environmental impact assessment for the Rosebank oil field shows its emission would be enormous, equivalent to 70% of the UK's annual total emission. The developer, however, is claiming the environmental impact is not significant. The Minister may not wish to comment on Rosebank specifically, but will he set out clearly how climate and environmental impacts are weighted in decisions of this kind and not written off as insignificant?
The Honourable Lady it won't be disappointed because she said in her own question that I won't comment on the application, but we have set out very clearly in response to the Finch ruling how Scope 3 emissions will be taken into account. That process is now underway and I can't comment on those applications.
Dr. Peter Prinsley.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The 2025 EU-UK Summit set ambitions for the UK to join the single electricity market. Does the Minister agree with me that close, easier energy interconnection between the EU and the UK constitute a key strategic component to our continent's energy security whilst reducing costs for UK businesses and customers?
I thank my honourable friend for raising this important issue. At the recent North Sea Summit, we committed to a joint ambition of 100 gigawatts of offshore renewable projects with our European neighbours, including through coordinated energy infrastructure planning. We're determined to work closer than ever with our European neighbours to maximise our joint clean energy independence. Strategically planned interconnection and efficient electricity trading are key elements of that plan.
Jim Farron.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Last week I spent a half hour talking to a constituent in Windermere who owns a small hotel. Over the last 4 years he's seen his energy bills double. He can only afford to keep going. He doesn't draw any salary whatsoever in the business anymore. Only can afford to keep going because he's drawn down his pension. He carries on because he loves what he does. But this is not sustainable and he's not alone. What will the Secretary of State do to help people like my constituent?
The reason this has happened is because of the fossil fuel crisis that the last government presided over. All I can say to the honourable gentleman is, look, we are doing absolutely everything we can to help his constituents and others. We recognise the scale of the problem and we recognise there's more to be done.
Tony Vaughan.
Speaker, the local workforce desperately needs new nuclear at Dundreness in my constituency of Folkestone High. So does the Secretary of State agree that the way we protect nature and habitats needs to be reformed in the way the Nuclear Regulatory Task Force has recommended, so we protect nature better while also providing the skilled jobs and energy security my constituents deserve?
Well, we do want to improve regulations and processes for new nuclear projects while continuing to protect the environment. We'll present a full government response and an implementation plan by the end of this month, taking into account our national security considerations and environmental considerations.
Vicky Slade.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Much of Dorset is blessed with solid wall thatched cottages you must visit, including our National Trust villages of Shappick, where last year Slate Cottage sat empty for 2 years because it was £100,000 to bring it up to the minimum energy efficiency. National Trust just couldn't do it. They've now sold it, which is a huge loss to the community. So what will the Minister do to help landlords like National Trust to resolve this problem?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Thank the member for her question. We are working closely with heritage organisations to tackle precisely this question, and you'll see in the Warm Homes Plan there is specific advice around how we retrofit these historic buildings. I will be visiting some projects, not in her constituency, but I'll be visiting some projects soon.
Lord Hatton.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Just recently, Moorwind received funding to conduct an important feasibility study for a major offshore wind hub at Portland. If built, the hub would be a key part of the West Country's manufacturing supply chain, and it would create hundreds of well-paid green jobs for local people as well. So will the Minister work with Moorwind and myself to help deliver this hub at pace? And can the Minister come down to Portland to meet the key players and get the ball rolling?
It sounds really exciting, and one of us will visit.
Mr Speaker, I hope the Secretary of State has seen the reports that show that the proposed Rosebank oil field, as well as being a climate catastrophe, risks breaking international law. If approved, Rosebank's profits could flow to Delek Group, a company accused by the UN of supporting illegal Israeli settlements. So if he cannot comment on Rosebank specifically, can he tell me what steps his department is taking to ensure that all UK oil and gas projects respect international law?
Well, of course, all projects that are consented and licensed have to follow law, and the NSTA as a regulator makes that happen. I'm not going to comment on projects that are currently going through the consenting process.
Chris Webb.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In Blackpool, around 75% of privately rented homes have damp or mould. It's a huge problem in our town, so I was delighted when the Chancellor announced 30 million in the Warm Home Plan. So can the Secretary of State outline to my residents when Blackpool will receive that money and when this plan will finally get underway?
Honourable friend is absolutely right, and what's really, really important is not just the funding that we are providing, but the regulation that we're introducing in the Warm Homes Plan, promised by the last government but never delivered, so that people who are privately renting get the decent, warm, comfortable homes they deserve.
So, Alex Sheldon.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I must raise a very important issue with the Secretary of State. There is concern about the thermal runaway in batteries, especially those on prime agricultural land. Heavy metals vaporise at 900 degrees. Thermal runaway burns at over 1,000 degrees. So may I ask the Secretary of State what research and assessment has been done for the evaporation of these heavy metals which would poison agricultural land?
Well, the honourable gentleman raises an important point. We take safety incredibly seriously. All the evidence points to the fact that the fire risk from batteries is less than in residential homes, but we obviously take it seriously. I convened a roundtable recently of those involved to look at what more we might do in the regulatory space, and DEFRA is taking forward work looking at environmental regulations on batteries. We obviously take fire safety incredibly seriously.
Law.
Mr Speaker, I welcome the news this morning of Imerys' success in auction round 7, but what steps is the Minister taking as part of the local power plan to ensure that local communities share in the spoils of Cornwall's great renewable energy potential?
Well, if he stays tuned, Mr Speaker, in about an hour's time, he'll be hearing all about it.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Many of my constituents of Runcorn and Helsbury are anxious about the consultation process and the environmental impact of the Peak Cluster project in rural Cheshire. Will the Secretary of State commit to meeting with me and local representatives to ensure community concerns are properly addressed before the development consent order is submitted?
Any projects that are going through the planning system, as I've said repeatedly, have to demonstrate community engagement, and they have to demonstrate that they've engaged genuinely with that feedback. That's part of the process, and any projects of any kind are assessed against that. I'm not going to comment on individual applications for obvious reasons.
Leon.
Mr Speaker, can I ask what progress is being made on CCUS and hydrogen projects in the Humber?
In a topical question, Mr Speaker, I might struggle to say all of the progress that's been made, but we have committed, both as a government in our energy strategy and in decisions made by the Chancellor, to fund hydrogen and carbon capture to make sure that these are important parts of our energy mix going forward. In the Humber, I'll be visiting soon the projects there to see exactly what's happening on the ground, but we are committed to carbon capture, utilisation and storage and the jobs that go with it.
Wilkinson.
Speaker, Rendesco is a brilliant renewable energy business in my constituency. Just before Christmas, they were awarded a £2 million grant from UKRI. But since then, the phone hasn't been working at UKRI's end. Can ministers have a word to see if this money can be unlocked to ensure that the product that they wish to bring to market can be brought to market and that jobs are not going to be lost?
Yes, if he gives us the details.
Mayor.
Working with our local councillor David Branson, I've been pushing to get more support for our local schools to cut their bills, and I'm really pleased that last year GB Energy funded new solar panels for Sunnyside Academy in Colby Newham. Will ministers meet with me to see if we can get more support from more of our local schools to cut their bills?
Well, congratulations to Sunnyside Academy. It's this government that is delivering, and GB Energy that is delivering, a policy opposed by the party opposite.
Wilson. Oh, sorry. Wilson.
Mr. Speaker. Last week, the government pushed through the imposition of the emissions trading scheme on domestic shipping. This will have a huge impact in Northern Ireland because we bring so many goods in through ferries from GB and back to GB again from Northern Ireland. What impact has the Minister made of the effect of this on consumer prices in Northern Ireland, manufacturing costs, and does he recognise that Northern Ireland will face heavy costs because of this net zero policy?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member and I debated this at length in the Delegated Legislation Committee last week, and in terms of the impact of this on Northern Ireland, he'll be pleased to welcome, I'm sure, the fact that we're providing a 50% reduction on the carbon tax associated with the extension to domestic maritime for journeys to Northern Ireland, to ensure that they're not disadvantaged as compared with journeys to the Republic of Ireland.
Kumar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Teddy Grace in Dudley this year celebrates 200 years in business, with 5 generations of the same family keeping this local sweet shop a mainstay in Dudley. However, as many small businesses, energy bills are a constant threat to their success. What steps is my right honourable friend taking to ensure Teddy Grace can enjoy another 200 years of sweet success? And will he meet with me to discuss this further?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, it was an extremely sweet question, and of course I'll be very happy to meet with her to discuss it further and outline many of the initiatives that the government's taking to support small businesses, and maybe it'd be best to do that on site where I can get my favourite chocolate limes.
Rick Cross.
Mr. Speaker, our government seems stricken, almost delusional, in the face of onrushing disaster. And we are seeing, arguably, the most destructive industrial calamity in our nation's history. Those are the words of G&B Scotland's Secretary about the government's determination to tax and regulate the oil and gas sector out of business. Does the Secretary of State agree with his union friend's words?
I had a very useful meeting in Aberdeen recently at which the GMB participated about building up what the future of the North Sea is, and what I never hear from the party opposite is any support for the industries that will invest in the North Sea in the future and the tens of thousands of jobs that will go with it. Maybe at some point they should support the future in the North Sea.
James Dashman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Secretary of State knows, there is a fantastic site on the edge of the M1 at Ratcliffe-on-Soar, the last of the coal-fired power station sites to be decommissioned, which will make a superb site for clean energy generation. Will the Secretary of State commit to meeting with me and Claire Ward, the Mayor of the East Midlands, to discuss it further?
Well, I visited Ratcliffe-on-Soar for the closure ceremony, and it was a good example, actually, of a just transition done well, but also, of course, a historic moment of actually the consensus delivering the phase-out of coal across our country. I'm very happy to meet with him, and I've met with the Mayor recently to talk about what the future of that site is. It's got huge potential.
Jim Allister, final question.
Returning to the imminent imposition of the emission trading scheme on domestic shipping, why is it that consumers in Northern Ireland are going to face a carbon tax imposition, whereas consumers in Scotland who equally depend on ferries for their supplies are obtaining an exemption? Where's the parity?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government was very pleased to provide an exemption for the islands around Scotland for a number of reasons, and quite particularly because of the very small populations on those islands and the non-competitive nature of the ferry services.
Right, that completes questions. Let the front bench change over. Question, James Cartledge, Shadow Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To ask the Secretary of State for Defence if he will make a statement on his department's contracts with Palantir.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Palantir is a strategic supplier to the Ministry of Defence.
providing secure data integration, analytics and AI platforms that help to support operational planning and decision-making. In 2022, the Conservative government signed a 3-year enterprise agreement with Palantir. In light of the growing significance of faster operational decision-making and the impact this technology has had in operations, including in Ukraine, this government negotiated a new enterprise agreement to update the one signed in 2022 that was published in a transparency note in December last year. As part of the development of the new enterprise agreement, the MOD negotiated a strategic partnership with Palantir last September. The SPA reaffirms the strong relationship developed between UK Defence and Palantir over the past decade. It includes new commitments that this government secured from Palantir, including £1.5 billion of investment into the UK, a new UK defence tech SME mentoring scheme to help companies grow and access the US market, and a commitment that London is to be the company's European defence headquarters. Mr. Speaker, when the government took over, what the Tories started in 2022, but we made it work better for Britain and better for our forces. And let me be clear, as the Defence Secretary has said, the contract was his decision and his decision alone. Peter Mandelson had no influence on the decision to award this contract. The deal we struck with Palantir is going to significantly reinforce the innovation of our forces, and it will reinforce the safety of this country as we move towards warfighting readiness.
Thank you for granting this urgent question, Mr. Speaker. And before turning to the detail, the Mandelson scandal is truly shocking. And when debating these matters, it is incumbent on all of us to remember the victims of Epstein's crimes. And Mr. Speaker, following Peter Mandelson's sacking as US Ambassador, serious questions surrounding his influence on MOD contracts have emerged and upon which we have had no meaningful answers. Specifically, the MOD signed a contract with US firm Palantir in December 2025 worth £240 million. Critically, at a time when UK defence companies are struggling for orders from their own government, this contract did not involve a competition with British firms, but was granted to a US company by direct award. Why was that? For the record, this is not about Palantir or any other US company, and from my time as Defence Procurement Minister, I recognise the huge mutual gain to us and our closest ally that results from our strong defence relationship. It is also true that many contracts in the MOD are rightly let on a single source basis. Rather, this is about transparency. Above all, the question is to what extent Peter Mandelson and his firm Global Counsel, in which at the time he was a controlling shareholder, benefited from privileged access not available to potential UK competitors, which was used to deliver a £250 million defence contract to a client of Global Counsel without competition. So, can the Minister tell us, regarding the meeting between the Prime Minister, Peter Mandelson and Palantir in February 2025 in Washington, DC, is it true that no minutes were taken, and if not, why not? Crucially, at the time of the meeting, was the Prime Minister aware that Palantir was a client of Mandelson's firm? He must answer that. Also, in the build-up to the US state visit, we understand that Peter Mandelson lobbied the UK government for deliverables. Will the Minister commit to publishing what those deliverables were and if they involved any clients of Global Counsel? Finally, Mr. Speaker, on actions to take. Given the public interest in this matter, will Defence Ministers follow the lead of the Health Secretary and publish all their correspondence with Peter Mandelson? In addition, in the spirit of the humble address, will the Government publish all relevant material in relation to this contract award as part of the Mandelson files?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said in my first answer, Peter Mandelson had no influence on the decision to award this contract. It was a decision made by the Secretary of State and his decision alone. As the Shadow Secretary of State well knows, this enterprise agreement builds on the one that Conservative ministers signed with Palantir back in 2022, and he knows that the MOD uses Palantir tools and technology on a daily basis to support the operations and wider data analytics. I'm sure he's not suggesting that we shouldn't be maintaining access to those vital capabilities. Is he saying that his government was wrong to formalise that relationship with Palantir in their 2022 agreement? I don't think he is. I think it is really important that we publish the information. Last time I was in Washington, unfortunately, the then ambassador was not available to meet or to be there for when I was there. But the Prime Minister has been clear at the Spats box that the public and the House deserve transparency, and we intend to publish as much material as we can as soon as reasonably possible. The Cabinet Office is working with the Met Police and the Parliament's Intelligence and Security Committee to ensure that the release of any document
documents do not prejudice the Met investigation or the UK's national security and international relations. The process for doing that is underway, in addition to the other actions the Prime Minister has already taken.
Chair of the Select Committee, Tamnanji Singh Desi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In this evolving security environment, it's clear that developments in AI, in tech, are changing the world at a rate of knots, and that those things are integral to defence. But obviously, this must not come at the cost of transparency, trust, and benefiting British businesses. For those honourable members who have been serving in this House for quite some time, dealings with Palantir have been the subject of intense scrutiny and speculation for several years. But, Minister, the key question here is, why was this particular contract not subject to the usual procurement processes, competitive processes?
Minister.
Thank my honourable friend for his question. The Palantir Enterprise Agreement was a direct award justified under the Procurement Act. The Enterprise Agreement covers existing services, and where there is a robust technical justification for using Palantir products and services for defence outcomes, all procurement procedures were followed with the publication of a transparency notice.
Alan Miller, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 2020, Palantir accepted £1 in fees to trial its data collection services during COVID. Since then, the company has amassed more than £500 million worth of contracts with the NHS and MOD. Given the growing scale of Palantir's involvement in the UK, transparency around its operations is vital. Yet the government has consistently chosen to obfuscate rather than clarify. And this is especially important with technologies that may lock the UK into dependency on one supplier. So in respect to the recent £240 million contract awarded to Palantir, can I ask the Minister one more time, can he please tell the House why there was no competitive process? Was the Defence Secretary aware of Peter Mandelson's commercial links to Palantir when this decision was taken, as the Minister says, solely by him? Last month, Donald Trump threatened a NATO ally with annexation. Despite that, the government has chosen to greenlight a multi-million-pound defence contract with a company co-founded by Trump's billionaire backer Peter Thiel. We must be alert to the genuine risk that data collected by Palantir in the UK could be fed back to the White House. So can the Minister provide firm guarantees that all data collected by Palantir will not be shared beyond our Ministry of Defence?
Minister.
Can I thank him for his questions? He will have heard the answer I've just given on the procurement process to the Chair of the Select Committee. The decision, as I set out in my answers earlier, was the Secretary of State and the Secretary of State alone. He's been clear about that. He will know that the UK has a strong security and defence partnership with the United States. We are clear that we will continue to invest in that strong security and defence partnership, just as we deepen those partnerships with our European friends and allies further afield. And in relation to data, UK defence data used and developed in Palantir's software remains sovereign to the UK and under the control of the MOD and resides in the United Kingdom. We have clear contractual controls in place to ensure this, as well as the control of the data system that Palantir's software sits upon. Any change from this cannot be conducted without consent of the MOD.
John Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for his response. When I stood on that side of the House, I raised concerns about Palantir and the £1 deal that was made. It was always a trap to ensure that Palantir got its footing where no one else could. The co-founder of Palantir is mentioned in the Epstein files. Mr. Speaker, I think anyone who's mentioned in the Epstein files should be fully investigated by this House, by the police. I think it's absolutely disgrace. The Minister must ensure that there is transparency and robust safeguards. Palantir and AI organisations have the ability to bamboozle ministers and things unless we have concrete ways of ensuring that they cannot abuse the power that they have. Thank you.
Well, can I thank my honourable friend for her question? She's right that investigations are underway, and as we made clear as a government to the House last week, we will fully cooperate with those investigations and make sure that the information that the House requires to be published is done so in a way that can create the transparency that we are all seeking. There are already safeguards in place around the use of artificial intelligence in Ministry of Defence decision making, and we are looking at new ways of enabling new opportunities, especially for
UK firms to be able to access a growing requirement within the Ministry of Defence for faster decision-making, speedier decisions, and also better data management. I understand the concerns that she's raising around AI and safeguards, and will continue to update the House as the AI strategy that DCIT has published will roll out.
For the House, Edward Lee.
Most British scandals are fairly pathetic by international standards because they're on the, like, serving a piece of cake to the Prime Minister. But this scandal is monumental because it involves somebody in government service using his position for commercial gain. So in my experience, long experience of these scandals, what brings down presidents and prime ministers is not the original scandal, it's the cover-up. It's the cover-up. So my advice to the Minister is now to answer these perfectly sensible questions that have been put to him, particularly from the Chairman of the Defence Select Committee about the lack of competitive process, particularly from the opposition spokesman about the meeting that happened in Washington. Will he now answer the questions put to him?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have answered those questions, but can I say politely to him, the Partygate scandal, which is not the subject of this urgent question today, is not a trivial scandal. It undermined confidence in the government at a time where we were being asked to do something that the decision makers were not doing themselves. It is not a trivial scandal, and I think it's important to put that clearly on the record. I agree with him that transparency is necessary and important a part of this. The MOD publishes our procurement decisions in the usual and transparent way, continuing the theme from when his party was in office. We'll continue to do so, and I'm very happy to continue to take questions around transparency in this contract.
John Trickett.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And given the scale of the contract, almost £250 million, and the fact that Mandelson had a contract with Palantir and then attended a meeting in Washington after he became the ambassador with the Prime Minister and Palantir, questions inevitably arise. So can I ask the Minister explicitly whether all the papers relevant to the visit of the Prime Minister or the contract will be made available to the ISC as we decided last Wednesday? And finally, I'm aware at least 5 or 6 senior civil servants in the Defence Ministry have gone to work with Palantir. Can we have an assurance that there are proper firewalls in place to protect the interests of the public as against the private interests of Palantir?
Minister.
I thank my friend for his questions. They're valid questions to ask at the moment, and let me say to him clearly and to the House that the agreement that was struck last week around the humble address and the publication of the information this government will stand by and honour, and if there are necessary documents that need to be published from the Ministry of Defence, we will continue to support that cross-government effort in order to do so. When it comes to the employees, we make clear in relation to anyone that has worked in defence moving to a defence contractor, be it Palantir or any other defence contractor, that there are certain obligations they must have and certain requirements that they must have. Palantir employ an awful lot of UK veterans and have made employing veterans a point of principle for them. That is a good principle that all defence companies should abide by, in my view, but I take the point that he says and I agree with it.
Sir Julian Lewis.
Does the Minister know whether or not minutes were taken of the key Washington meeting in February last year? And if they weren't taken, why weren't they taken? And why was Lord Mandelson, as a political appointee, not required to sever any links with his former activities and business that could have been a conflict of interest with his role as ambassador?
Minister. I thank the right honourable for his question. I think Peter Mandelson has let us all down in this House from this. The question about the minutes is being looked at by Downing Street at the moment, and it will be for them to publish more in due course.
Does Lawrence Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for his statement, and just want to really expand and press on about the safeguards that are put in place. So in terms of contracts, and this could be a number of different contracts being held to ransom or lock-in, what safeguards are there to protect the sovereignty and retain the protection of our data? And actually, is there an exit strategy for actually if the Minister wants to choose a different contract in the future?
I thank my friend for her question. Vendor lock is something that we take very seriously because as we are building a more comprehensive AI framework within the Ministry of Defence, we will be using AI more frequently in more aspects of defence, just as the wider economy is doing exactly the same as well. We want to make sure that data is sovereign. Our contract with Palantir retains the sovereignty of that data and decision-making over the systems that data sits on. That data resides in the United Kingdom, and no changes can be made by Palantir without the consent of the MOD. It is precisely because we take that data so seriously that those are locked into the contract.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Building on those same questions, which have come from the Select Committee again today, where they said that DCIT was fundamentally in the loop for actually buying things, so I challenged the statement. It was purely the Secretary of State that made the decision. We've seen this contract at nearly 3 times the value of the previous contract with Palantir. We see this contract given that only Palantir can run this service, and to change it would be a significant cost, to quote the MOD statement, in terms of changing all the analytics. We are entirely locked in to a company that is now hiking up the price. What is the exit strategy, Minister?
Minister.
Well, I thank him for his question. We signed a contract with a supplier to provide a service that there is a clear military need for and a clear utility to strengthen our armed forces. We keep all contracts, not just the Palantir ones, under constant review to make sure they're delivering against the obligations that have been signed up for. We'll continue to do that here. We want to see more companies provide AI services, and as part of that, we're looking at how we can support more British AI companies interact with defence. It is precisely the reason why we stood up recently the Defence Office of Small Business Growth, because there are many AI companies that are not yet defence AI companies, but could be. We're trying to make it easier for them to access defence contracts.
5 Lewis.
Mr. Minister, this deal with Palantir stinks. It stank before Peter Mandelson was involved. It stank when the benches opposite initiated it into our NHS and defence contracts. Peter Thiel is an oligarch who despises democracy. The company has widespread allegations of human rights abuses. Even the Swiss Army has rejected Palantir as a platform on national security grounds. Surely after Greenland, now is an opportunity for our country, this government, to begin to distance itself and pivot away from companies like Palantir, who are so closely connected with Donald Trump. Time to move away. Will the government commit to a pivot?
Minister.
As I've set out to the House, I appreciate the passion that the honourable gentleman has on this matter, but as I've set out to the House, we will continue to maintain a close defence and security relationship with the United States. It is in our national security interest to do so, but in signing any agreement with a US company, just as it would be the case with a French or German or Australian company, we make sure that agreement is in the UK national interest, and we make sure the controls are in place, in particular when it comes to AI contracts around sovereignty of the data. We'll continue to make sure those standards are upheld in all contracts, but we will also continue to work with international partners where there's not a UK provider that can deliver that work, or where the services that they offer are in excess or deliver a defence capability faster, better or cheaper than one provided elsewhere.
Thank you, Mr.
Speaker. I just want to come back to a question that my right honourable friend asked at the dispatch box in his initial question. When the Prime Minister met with Palantir and Peter Mandelson in February 2025 in Washington, DC, was the Prime Minister aware that Palantir were a client of Peter Mandelson's firm, Global Counsel? Yes or no?
Minister.
As I replied to the right honourable gentleman behind him, that's a matter for Downing Street to publish in due course. I've spent the last 3 days in Saudi Arabia, I'm afraid, so just catching up with the events of the last few days. I've been clear about where that information will come from, and I can direct him in that direction.
Rachel Musk.
Mr. Speaker, there is a pattern. Palantir in the NHS, a £1 COVID contract expanded to a £330 million contract under the last government. In the Ministry of Defence, tripling the size of the contract to £240 million without due process, without competition. And as we have seen, the links with Global Counsel are there now for the record. So will the Minister ensure that all contacts with Global Counsel from his department and across government, because there are 34 contracts with public sector bodies in all with Palantir, are published so we can understand the revolving doors around Peter Mandelson, Global Counsel and this government?
Minister.
I appreciate the the direction of travel and the passion that my honourable friend has in that. We did follow due process in accordance with the Procurement Act in awarding this contract, and as I've set out clearly, we will comply with the agreement made last week around the publication of data and documents.
Dave Dougal.
Mr Speaker, this is yet more extraordinarily poor judgment on the part of the Prime Minister to meet personally with Palantir, a highly questionable organisation complicit in the ruination of Palestine and the devastation being wreaked in the US by ICE. Palantir are into the United Kingdom taxpayer for £500 million, half of which is uncompeted. We should be concerned about Palantir full stop. We should be concerned, in addition, about a direct award. We should further be concerned by that company being a client of Peter Mandelson, and then a meeting with the Prime Minister, for which apparently there are no minutes. When will Downing Street come up with a confirmed position on whether there were or were not minutes taken in that meeting with Mandelson?
As I've been clear to the House in a number of answers, we will continue to have a security and defence relationship with the United States. It is in our national interest to do so. As a party that takes defence and security very seriously, something that I hope his party would do more of in the thing, although I have much respect for him, I will continue to make sure that we get the best services for our armed forces as we move to war fighting readiness. I've answered the response about minutes. That will be for Downing Street to publish in due course.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I welcome this government's record funding on our defence, and I also recognise the US are one of our closest allies. But we often in this House talk about energy security. I think sometimes we don't talk about security. And I wonder what more this government can do to invest in UK tech firms so we're less reliant on foreign firms.
Can I thank my friend for his question? He's absolutely right that we look at security, data security, and the opportunities here. So in the Strategic Defence Review, we set out our direction of travel in defence, and investing in new technologies, including artificial intelligence, is absolutely key to securing our national security. I want to see the best-in-class products used by our armed forces. I also want to see more British SMEs, in particular, being able to access this area. We've stood up the Defence Office of Small Business Growth. We're looking about how we can, in particular, support small defence AI companies to onboard their software and a whole range of defence utilities. We'll continue to do so as we look to spend more of a rising defence budget with UK SMEs.
Sir Julian.
Mr Speaker, the Secretary of State have said that Peter Mandelson was not involved in the decision about Palantir. But the issue is not the decision, it is the run-up to that decision. We know that Peter Mandelson was flying in, or that executives from Global Council were flown in to embassy parties. And we need to understand more about whether Peter Mandelson, in pushing for deliverables for the state visit, was pushing for deliverables with Global Council clients for the state visit. Would he confirm that not just on Palantir, but on the contract given to Anduril Technologies, that Peter Mandelson was not involved in any way at any stage of the development that led to the decisions on those contracts?
Minister.
Can I thank him for his question? Looking for deliverables ahead of a state visit is, I'm afraid, pretty standard practice, something that his government did just as much as it is something that we look at. We will continue to have conversations with our ambassadors in all circumstances, as he would expect in relation to here. But he raises questions that should be answered by the publication of the information. We've committed as a government in order to publish the relevant information that the House has asked for, and that is a commitment made last week that we stand by.
Neil Duncan-Jordan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The government's ongoing relationship with Palantir is deeply concerning, given the company's involvement in Israel's crimes against the Palestinians. Palantir's AI technology has been used to destroy entire neighbourhoods, schools and hospitals. So if we claim to want an ethical foreign policy and pride ourselves on being a rules-based nation, why are we still signing contracts with such a company?
Well, I entirely appreciate the position that the honourable gentleman comes from. Palantir provide services to the United Kingdom that keep our troops safe and enhance our national security. We have a range of contracts with US firms, both in procuring services but also procuring platforms. All those contracts go through the necessary rigour and an assessment as before they are signed. Some of those are subject to competitive tender. For other reasons, they're subject to direct award. We'll continue to work with our US partners.
Dr. Ellie Jones.
Thank you. Mr Speaker, the co-founder of Palantir, Peter Thiel, maintained a close financial and personal relationship with the paedophile Jeffrey Epstein, and there are really profound ethical concerns about the web of connections between Thiel, Epstein and Mandelson. The honourable member is absolutely right. The MOD contract with US-based spy tech giant Palantir absolutely stinks. So will the MOD now cancel that contract? Will we get a fast and independent inquiry into the government's contracts with Palantir? They're on several billion pounds worth of further framework contracts with the UK government currently. Will we find out whether Mandelson shared privileged information with Palantir? And if it is true, as the Times has alleged, that Palantir is hosting a party in Mayfair tomorrow for MOD officials, will he get that stopped?
Minister.
I appreciate the questions that she asks. It would be a stronger position if the Greens weren't so soft on defence. We will continue to invest in our national security. We will invest in the contracts that keep our troops and our country safe. That will involve investing in UK firms. Indeed, it will involve investing in international partners at the same time. I've been clear at the dispatch box that we will comply fully with the humble address agreement made last week and publish information in the right way in due course. That will, I hope, be able to provide more of the answers that she is looking for.
Does the Minister appreciate how appallingly badly it looks for the Prime Minister of this country and the then Ambassador in Washington, the disgraced Peter Mandelson, to have met with Alex Karp, the Chief Executive of Palantir, in February last year, without any written record of that meeting at all? Is he at least able to say which officials, other than, of course, our then ambassador, were present at that meeting?
Minister.
As I referred to the earlier question around publication of information on that, he will have seen the photographs that appears on Number 10 Twitter. He will also recall, perhaps as his time as a Defence Minister, that the then Defence Secretary, Ben Wallace, met with Alex Karp back in 2021 as well.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Minister really understand the depth of anger and feeling all around the country when people read and hear about Palantir, the way it's wormed its way into government contracts, the way it's wormed its way into the National Health Service, and its behaviour on behalf of the Israeli Defence Force in the destruction of Gaza and other places using artificial intelligence technology? Do we really want to be involved with a company like that? Cannot we just distance ourselves from Palantir altogether and have some ethical procurement policy across government, not just in the Department of Defence, but other departments as well?
Minister.
Well, I appreciate the right honourable gentleman's position, long-standing position, a number of the items that he's asked about there. I've been clear to the House today that we will continue to work with our US friends. They are our closest defence and security partner. Where appropriate, we will look at working with US technology firms that can provide best-in-class products that deliver increased defence for our armed forces and for our nation. We'll continue to do that, as well as investing in UK firms in order to do that as well.
John Plain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not qualified to make observations about the enduring value for money or effectiveness of Palantir, but I am concerned that Mandelson's dynamics with every aspect of this government has toxified the integrity of this government's processes. And unless the Minister can make absolutely clear what quiet, unspoken influences Mandelson had on this follow-on order with Palantir, then people are bound to question the integrity of that process. And to the Minister's earlier point, if we are going to have a viable alternative and a meaningful competition in future, he will need to do a little bit more to advance the case for alternatives beyond just saying he has an SME strategy.
Minister.
Can I thank him for his question? He's right that it is important that people can have confidence in the system and confidence in the procurement system. As I've set out to the House here, the decision to extend the contract with Palantir that was originally signed in 2022 by the government that I think he was a part of at the time was made by the Secretary of State and the Secretary of State alone in relation to that. I do want to see more British AI companies working in defence. It is something that we've been very clear about. Indeed, I think even the last government set out an ambition to do more. We've stepped up on that to make sure that we can grow our own indigenous AI industry and have their software and their services be able to be onboarded into a more AI-friendly defence environment, because we know that AI provides a decision advantage for our forces, which is necessary to keep our country safe. I take the points he's made very seriously, though, and I'm certainly going to make sure that when we can publish the information that we have committed to do, that hopefully that will answer some of his questions.
Alison Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Palantir has links to Peter Mandelson, to Teal, to Jeffrey Epstein, the paedophile, and it is extending its web of influence across multiple parts of our public sector. It is extraordinary that the government is so reluctant to have this deal properly scrutinised. Does the Minister come to this place today feeling any shred of embarrassment that he cannot tell us why there are no minutes of the February 2025 meeting? We don't know whether a future contract was discussed, and we don't know whether the Prime Minister was aware of Mandelson's links to Palantir.
I can't thank the young lady for her questions. I'm absolutely happy that we have signed a contract with it, and conducted in the appropriate way. Scrutiny of that process is not something that I'm afraid of. I think actually scrutiny of that process will show that the decision made by the Secretary of State was made by him and him alone in order to do that, that the extension of the contract signed originally by the Conservative government in 2022 delivers a benefit to the United Kingdom and secured £1.5 billion of investment in the United Kingdom and supplies onboarding routes for more SMEs and makes the United Kingdom Palantir's European headquarters, which helps support our economy and our armed forces in the future. But the minutes, as I've mentioned a few times, will be a matter for Downing Street to publish, but it's pretty standard for ministers to meet with defence suppliers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In a call with investors a couple of weeks ago, Palantir CEO Alex Karp said, and I quote, "We're super proud of the role we play, especially in places we can't talk about. Palantir is here to disrupt." And he continued to say, "and when it's necessary, to scare our enemies and on occasion, kill them." The share price of Palantir has almost doubled over the past year. So can the Minister confirm if Peter Mandelson, the Prime Minister, any Cabinet Minister, any member of his government or the MOD or any public official currently have shares in Palantir and will financially benefit from the government contracts it has been awarded?
Minister.
Can I thank him for his question? I'm afraid the role of defence is to disrupt our adversaries. The role of defence is to secure our national security. To do that, we possess capabilities that can disrupt, deter, and if necessary, defeat our adversaries. That includes killing our adversaries at times.
Well, first of all, don't walk across the member who's getting the question. Sit down, just sit down. Please, you ask the question, wait for the answer. Don't keep interrupting. We've got to treat people with respect and tolerance in this House, Minister.
Cool. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is the role of defence to keep our country safe. As part of that, we do procure lethal capabilities. Not all the capabilities we procure are physical capabilities to secure our national security. AI will continue to be a larger area. His question around transparency of our shareholdings is, as a Defence Minister, we have to publish all our shareholdings with the relevant Standards Commissioner. In terms of that, I don't hold shares in Palantir, and as a Minister, no ministers in Defence are allowed to hold any shares with a company clearly that interacts with defence businesses.
Adam. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 2024, Leicestershire Police signed a contract with Palantir worth close to £1 million for an intelligence and investigation platform. Now, from what I can deduce with my work that I have done, there was absolutely no formal tender process, and I raised this concern in the Chamber in the summer of June 2025, along with my concerns of Palantir's racial profiling and civil liberty abuses, the sum of which we are seeing in ICE raids now. So the written response that I received at the back of this did not address any of my concerns. So will the government now ensure that all the information about this contract is immediately released? And can the Minister confirm that Peter Mandelson played absolutely no role in unleashing this dystopian contract on the residents of Leicestershire Police? Leicestershire.
Thank you. I appreciate the focus that he has on that particular contract. As a Defence Minister, I don't know about Home Office policing contracts that were secured by individual forces. I can direct him to my colleagues in the Home Office who might be able to help more.
John MacDonald.
I've been trying to follow the Secretary of State's responses with regard to the issue of relationships with political parties and others. Could I ask him to take back the issue with regard to some companies, for example, the Quadrature Hedge Fund, which has massive investments in Palantir, but donates to political parties in this country, including the Labour Party, a £4 million donation in 2024, and what influence that had on the decision-making processes around the award of contracts?
Minister.
Can I thank the right gentleman for his question and for the inadvertent promotion that he gave me as part of it. I think he's right to talk about the necessity to ensure that political donations and transparency are in order. It's something that the government has already set out some changes on, and I want to see our politics learn the lessons of the experiences of the past to make sure that donations are clear and transparent, something that has not always been the case under the last government. But I take seriously the issue he raises, and if you'd like to write to me about the detail of that particular one, I'm happy looking into it.
Jim Shannon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for his answers? And the Minister is well known for his decency and as a good Minister and always tries to answer well. The Minister will know that I've been a firm supporter of the need to enhance defence both physically and in the cyber world, and welcome the defence contract. However, public confidence is at an all-time low due to the Mandelson debacle. His connection to this firm naturally bring about questions, which is why this UQ has been asked today. So how can government assure us that this firm was awarded not due to any connection, but because they can provide the best programme and the best defence for our nation? Thank you.
Minister.
Can I thank him for his question? I'm a big fan of his as well. I think I've been clear in the answers today that the decision to award the extension of the 2022 contract signed under the last government was made by the Secretary of State and by the Secretary of State alone. It was his decision to do so. We're procuring new AI capabilities to speed up our delivery of defence outcomes within defence. We know that our adversaries are using AI in terms of how they are positioning themselves. It's necessary that we do so as well. But he's right that as we deploy more artificial intelligence, not just in defence, but across our wider economy as well, that there's a level of confidence that can be secured in the contracts and the technology themselves. That's a bigger debate than just this one here, but I understand precisely where the honourable gentleman is coming from.
Can I thank the Minister for his responses this afternoon? I will allow a couple of moments for the front bench to swap over. Which brings us to an urgent question. Dr. Kieran Mullen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. To ask the Minister to make a statement on the implications for open justice of the impending deletion of the Court's Desk Court Reporting Data Archive.
Minister.
I am committed, as is this government, to greater transparency in our justice system, as I am to putting the dignity of victims first. As Courts Minister, I have a concern that people should know what goes on in our courts. It's a way of enhancing transparency. It's a way of informing and educating the public. And it's why His Majesty's Court Service has made and continues to make information available to accredited journalists so that they can keep the public informed of what is taking place in our courts. Since 2020, a company called Court's Desk entered into an arrangement with His Majesty's Court Service conducting a pilot and providing a new service which was agreed under the previous government. And what that did was to essentially take some of the data that we routinely provide and continue to provide at this moment to journalists and provide that and re-provide that to journalists in a more accessible and easier to search form. HMCTS was indeed working to expand and improve the service by creating a new data license agreement with Court Desk and others to expand access to justice. And it was in the context and in the course of the arrangement with Court Desk that data protection issues came to light. What has arisen is that this private company, Court Desk, has been sharing private, personal, legally sensitive information with a third-party AI company. That includes potentially the addresses, the dates of birth of defendants and victims. And this is a direct breach of our agreement with them, indeed the agreement that the party opposite negotiated. And I believe that everybody in this House would agree it is an agreement that should be upheld because, of course, government takes its responsibilities over data protection seriously. And it's for that reason that we decided to stop sharing data with Court Desk, a company who was prepared to put victims' personal data at risk, and instructed them to remove it from their digital platform. This is about preserving dignity for those who are in our justice system, be they those accused of crime or victims going through the court process. And I know that the whole House will agree with me that that is an incredibly important issue. So let me be clear. The cessation of our agreement with Court Desk does not change the information available to the public about what carries on in our courts, and nor does it change the information available to journalists. Now, I recognise that the sort of service that Court Desk provided was useful for journalists because it collated the information and presented it neatly. And it's for that reason, Madam Deputy Speaker, that officials in my department are continuing to work, as we had always planned to do, on an alternative platform, one that allows us to make the information available, but to maintain the guardrails in relation to data protection. And it's that I hope to update the House in coming weeks. And as I conclude, this decision...
Order. The Honourable Lady will know that she had 3 minutes, which she has used. Dr. Kieran Mullen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Here we are again, not even 1 week after this government had to be forced into releasing the Mandelson files, looking out for themselves and not victims. We're back. Back with a government that preaches transparency and practices the opposite. The pattern is clear. They won't release migrant crime data, and they fought our efforts to institute a grooming gangs inquiry every step of the way. A campaign that was fuelled by journalists uncovering what was happening in our courts. And what is the government now intent on doing? Delete, delete, delete. They want to make it harder for journalists to report the truth. What is it they're worried about? Could it be that they want to hide the fact that thousands of criminals will escape justice under their sentencing bill? Could it be that when they erode our rights to jury trials, they don't want the public to hear about what results? Can anyone really draw any other conclusion than they have determined to escape accountability for their damaging policies? Madam Deputy Speaker, the Court Desk project has been a huge success. Introduced by the Shadow Home Secretary, it has revolutionised the transparency of our courtrooms. Court Desk reports that more than 1,500 journalists have used the platform. It is why so many journalists are rallying in support. And what of the apparent data breach that they are using as an excuse for this? Have they engaged with Court Desk? No, they haven't. Not one meeting, not one single meeting, despite multiple requests to the Minister. And it isn't just officialdom to blame. The Minister for Courts has been written to by Court Desk and several major media organisations. She has been told directly how important this system is. A minister that comes to this House and professes how vital magistrates' courts are as part of their plans to take a sledgehammer to jury trials. Madam Deputy Speaker, the minister needs to tell us why she and her officials have refused to even meet with Court Desk and what assessment they have made of the impact of this decision on open justice. Madam Deputy Speaker, delete, delete, delete. Stonewall, ignore and deflect. That is the character of this government in its operations, but we will not stand by and let them do the same in our courts.
I'm afraid, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the bombast we've just heard is actually not just inaccurate, but it's dangerous because it suggests that there is anything like a restriction on open justice. Let me be absolutely clear. There's been no deletion of any court list. Excuse me, there has been no deletion of any court lists, which is the nature of the data that's been provided. But let's be absolutely clear here. We had an arrangement with Court's Desk, who we accept provide a useful service, and what they did, but which the honourable member opposite doesn't seem to think is a problem, is that they, in breach of that agreement, provided that information, passed it on, no doubt for commercial purposes, to an AI company. That included defendants' addresses, dates of birth. These are things that I don't think anyone in this House thinks should be provided to anybody other than accredited journalists, and yet it was provided to an AI company. What we then asked Court's Desk to do was to delete the information that they held. As of yesterday, I understand that they still have not done so. They accept they've acted in breach of their agreement and indeed threatened the MOJ with legal action, which they've not chosen to take forward. Now, what we are saying is that when you act in breach of an agreement, putting vulnerable people and parties at risk, that is very serious, and I take data protection seriously. But there has been no obstruction to journalists being able to access through the usual channels the lists that we are talking about here. That remains open today. It remains open to journalists to contact HMCTS. And indeed, what we want to do is put this on a secure footing with the necessary guardrails. And I will repeat, because he's muttering through my entire response, no one's deleted any court records. So everything that he refers to in relation to serious sexual historic crimes, all of that remains accessible. Case law remains accessible, and the court lists remain accessible. Open justice is vitally important, but what I will not have is a wild west of private companies who act in breach of agreements with government and pass sensitive data onto third-party AI companies. That will not do, and he knows that if he was in my position, it wouldn't have been acceptable to him either.
Chair of the Justice Select Committee, Andy Slaughter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pity the opposition spokesperson is reducing this to one of his conspiracy theories, because I know the Minister is an advocate of open justice, and the government is doing a lot on open justice in terms of televising the family courts, publishing transcripts and other matters. However, Court Desk News, which gave evidence to the Select Committee in its 2022 inquiry into open justice, is I think the only centralised source of information for journalists, and it is an important tool because court reporting and indeed local journalism have suffered greatly over the past years in that way. So we do need to have a service of this kind. Can I ask the Minister when she will be able to tell us what will replace this service, and in the meantime will she continue to talk to Court Desk News, notwithstanding what she said today, to ensure that this information can be provided to journalists in a legitimate and legal way?
He asked a very good question. It's vitally important people know what goes on in our courts, and indeed this is something that matters to wider society and indeed to our democracy. Local reporting of what happens in our courts is really important, and we recognise that Courts Desk provided a useful service for journalists in collating information and presenting it in an accessible way. That's what we want to be able to maintain, but at the same time safeguarding people's data, putting it on a proper licensing footing. And to give him a timeline, we are looking to initiate that licensing procurement arrangement, making it available to a wider number of companies, so there's even more accessibility next month in March. So we're very close there, but what I will not abide is a flagrant breach of the agreement that we had with Courts Desk and the sharing of sensitive data in a way that is irresponsible. I want the data to be available to responsible journalists to use responsibly, and that is exactly what we're getting on with.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Jess Brown-Fuller.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for setting out the data protection issues that they have identified with Courts Desk. But could she explain why her department ignored the 16 letters written by Courts Desk asking for dialogue before deciding to do away with the system? Because it is, as the Chair of the Justice Select Committee says, the only centralised tool for justice reporting, and reporters have described MOJ's own data as fragmented, incomplete and impractical to navigate, and according to HMCTS, their own records on court listings were accurate just 4% of the time. So it is those gaps that Courts Desk was designed to fill, providing clear and accurate information for reporters. doing away with the platform is naturally going to add to the feeling that the MOJ is avoiding difficult questions and dodging accountability by undermining journalism. So will she suspend the deletion of the archive until the Information Commissioner's Office has looked into these issues and drawn its own conclusions? And if the Minister insists on going ahead with the deletion in coming days, will she please set out an indication of a timeline for when we can expect a platform that will serve the same purpose?
Well, I want to be absolutely clear that accredited journalists continue to have, as they have throughout this, to have access to court information that they need directly from individual magistrates' courts and tribunal services, either via the Court and Tribunal Hearings Service, which is a new digital system, or on the gov.uk website. I do recognise the utility of what Courts Desk provided, but clearly that company was not acting in a responsible way. And when we approached them about the breach of the agreement that they had with HMCTS, they accepted that they had that and then threatened the Ministry of Justice with litigation, which is not an appropriate way to behave if you're trying to cooperate and get things on a sound and steady footing. And to give her the timeline, let me be absolutely clear, all magistrates and court lists and the accompanying case summarisation data that goes with that will be available on the Court and Tribunal Hearings Service from the end of March 2026. I want to put this on a stable footing so that journalists have ready access, because I accept it's got to be easy and available to them in a responsible but properly licensed fashion. And as I've said, that work will be made public and the licenses made available from March. We've got to do this in a responsible way. We've got to balance the very real needs of open justice, which I readily accept and which this government is committed to, with data protection, particularly when it comes to vulnerable victims who are at the heart of this.
Dr. Neil Shastri-Hurst.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. There is an obligation upon anybody who is aware of a data breach to report that to the ICO no later than 72 hours after becoming aware of it. Can the Minister say when they were first aware of the issues around Court Desk and when it was reported to the ICO by her department?
Minister.
So the answer to his question is that the report to the ICO has not yet been made. I raised it with our data officer, and the conclusion, the advice that I was given was that it did not meet the threshold for an ICO referral. I've asked for that to be looked at again. But what is clear, and Courts Desk accepted this fact, is that they breached the agreement by passing this to an AI company. That is not a responsible thing to do with people's private addresses, with sensitive data relating to individuals by which those individuals can be identified, and which are not subject to the same reporting restrictions which of course journalists abide by. So let me be absolutely clear with the House. The sort of service that Courts Desk provide is one that we want to replicate, but we want to have it on a stable footing with the necessary data protection guardrails, and that is what we are putting in place. And if Courts Desk had engaged with the MOJ and HMCTS in a responsible fashion, we would not be in the position that we are in today. But the fact is that all along, journalists have retained the ability. That's the really critical thing. These are about court lists, not court records. Court lists for all courts. Journalists throughout have been able to engage with the information in the same way that they were able to do pre-2020, pre-Courts Desk. So they can get that information and they can continue reporting what's happening in our courts.
Sir Julian Lewis.
It's certainly a cause of great concern if an AI machine has now got access to people's private home addresses. What investigations have the government done to see how much personal information which should not have been released is now out there for anybody, no matter how ill-intentioned, to dial up at will?
Minister.
Well, I'm glad that the honourable gentleman agrees with me that this is a matter of concern. It's clearly not a concern that's shared by his front bench. Our understanding is that some 700 individual cases, at least, were shared with the AI company. We've sought to understand what more may have been shared and who else may potentially have been put at risk. But the mere fact that the agreement was breached in that way is incredibly serious, and it's why all of this needs to be put on a much more secure, licensed, and regulatorily secure footing.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My observation would be that surely it's for the Information Commissioner's Office to decide whether the data breach is serious or not. And if they don't have that information, they can't make that judgment. But my specific question is, was there, in the specification when this contract was procured, was there a clause which prevented the release of personal and sensitive data, and therefore is this company in breach of its contract, and therefore the aggression perhaps should come from the government as opposed to waiting for them to threaten the government with legal action?
Well, she's right that the original agreement that was reached between Court's desk under the previous government made clear that there should not be further sharing of the data with additional parties. One thing is to share the data with accredited journalists who are subject to their own codes and who are expected to adhere to reporting restrictions. And Court's desk breached that agreement by sharing the information with an AI company. That is simply irresponsible. And when that came to light, I took the decision, I don't take it lightly, but I certainly remain confident in that decision, to cease giving them access until and unless they, or any other party for that matter, could show that they could use that information responsibly. Open justice is really important, but it shouldn't simply be shared with an AI company in breach of the agreement that exists with government.
Sir Julian Smith.
Mr. Speaker, I accept what the Minister's saying. I just don't understand why the dispute resolution hasn't worked and why there's still not an opportunity for it to work. So I'd appreciate if she could clarify to the House a bit more on that. And also, what is new in this procurement? I mean, what does need to be set up if there was a breach? Is it not just then a procurement to avoid that happening in future? Could she clarify what is going to be different in this next procurement?
Well, he will know that I am all for being pragmatic and having dispute resolution. But as I said, when in the course of trying to get to the bottom of what has happened, litigation is threatened, it's very, very difficult to do that. But what I want to do is move forward, including potentially with Court's desk, if they can show that they are responsible actors, which at the moment they are not doing so. And what needs to happen is two things. First of all, we have all of the power and all of the data in a single company. I don't think that's healthy. I think the tendering process, which opens up the potential for different parties to gain licences, is one that I think everyone in this House who believes in an open market would favour. And that way we make the information accessible to different companies. Secondly, those licence agreements need to be strengthened in order that we don't see a repeat of what we've seen here, which is a sharing of data where it should not go. And we need to have those guardrails in place. The nature of the agreement that was agreed under the previous government was too informal for my liking, too baggy and too loose. And in fact, I think it's partly what's allowed this to happen. And it's why I want to put things on a better footing, not take ages about it. I've said we'd do this by March, and we're getting on with that. But in the meantime, it's a wild west, and we cannot simply have companies acting in breach of the agreement, sticking personal sensitive information belonging to victims and defendants alike into an AI bot and passing it on to an AI company who will do who knows what with it.
Rupert Lowe.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister will be aware that we have privately crowdfunded a rape gang inquiry which is ongoing. During the course of that inquiry, which continues today, we've uncovered vast evil which is happening across the country, as well as systemic state failures. When we release the report, we're intending to pursue private prosecutions against those who failed. So
Order. The question did ought to relate to the urgent question.
Will the Minister give me a copper-bottom guarantee that the transcripts of previous court cases will not be destroyed?
Minister.
Well, let me start by saying that this government is committed to tackling grooming gangs, punishing offenders and protecting children. The grooming gang scandal is one of the most heinous crimes of our time. But allow me to repeat this. It's fundamentally incorrect to say that court records are being deleted. Court records are remaining completely intact and would only be deleted in line with GDPR and record retention policies. The data that we're talking about here is data which a private company, Court's desk, has been asked to delete because it has not demonstrated, it has failed to demonstrate that it is using that data responsibly. This data is Magistrate Court's list and outcomes only, so not the sort of transcripts of which he speaks. Data that they are not entitled to hold. So the sorts of data that he is concerned with remain, and for those who need to access it for investigative purpose or otherwise, they can do so through the usual channels. Let us not conflate that with the data in question here.
Katie Lamb. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. For decades, victims, survivors, campaigners, whistleblowers and journalists have fought to force the British state to reveal the whole truth about the rape and grooming scandal. The data held by Court's desk could be invaluable in uncovering the truth. The Minister tells us we can rely on the government's own data instead, but just 4.2% of magistrates' court cases are listed accurately by the courts themselves. So if every 25 listed, 24 are wrong, how can the Minister ask victims, survivors and any of us who care about the truth to rely on that, especially in the context of the most disgusting cover-up in our nation's history?
Minister.
Well, I share her concern regarding the victims who so often we fail to centre in our discussions in this House. Let me be absolutely clear. As a government, we have demonstrated time and again our commitment to open justice. So whether that's increasing the provision of free transcripts of sentencing remarks to all victims on request, the introduction, which we are about to make, of audio recording in magistrates' courts, or whether ensuring that the judiciary allow more judgments and decisions to be published. But to be absolutely clear, the nature of the data that was shared with Court's desk was listing data. And in some cases, the outcomes of those cases. Of course, listing data is important, and of course, it's important that it is accurate. It's also important, by the way, that it's not shared unlawfully with third parties who they have no entitlement to share them with. So we continue to make that information available to journalists in the same way we did before 2020, and we continue to do that today. A journalist working in the field now can access that information from the lists from HMCTS if they make that request, and it will be passed to them in the usual way. And what we're seeking to do is to open that up further and put it on a stable footing, removing the Wild West, which appears to have emerged.
Lincoln Job.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister complains that it's currently the Wild West out there, and almost hopes that we could somehow regulate it. Well, we do actually have a regulator for incidents like this. And pursuant to the answer she gave to my honourable, gallant and learned friend, the member for Solihull West and Shirley, she acknowledged that data breaches have to be reported to the ICO within 72 hours. She was advised, we hear, that she thought that this did not hit the threshold, which I find absolutely staggering. And so why was advisors advise, ministers decide? Why was the Minister's judgment not to go away and immediately question that advice that she received from her department?
Well, the data breach of the agreement is one that I regard as serious. I referred it to the data officer of the MOJ. That is the conclusion they've reached, and I've accepted that advice. I've also, as I said, asked them to conduct a further review in light of further information that has come to light as we've asked Court's desk for further information. But what I suppose I am saying is that the information that came to light because Court's desk admitted of the fact that they had been inputting and sharing this data with an AI company in breach of their agreement. Now, we've got to get to the bottom of that, but moving forward in terms of the position with Court's list, it's so important that we tighten up these licensing agreements, we make them available to more companies so that journalists can continue to access the information, but in a way that is safe for defendants, safe for victims, and safe for anyone who participates in the court process.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister very much for fulsome answers? The fact that justice is open and transparent is not negotiable. Anything other than this is not democracy, but rather is, by its very nature, is despotic. The Minister has provided a justification. However, it is clear that whilst the system could undoubtedly be tightened up, completely scrapping this without a viable alternative does not provide confidence in the judiciary, but rather does the opposite. So will the Minister reassure this House and those outside in relation to the decision that has been taken? Thank you so much.
Well, I thank him for his question. I want to be really clear that the data held by Court's desk is not an archive of criminal court case files. Criminal court case records a number of members have mentioned those and the importance of those, are held in a variety of places, not least the National Archives. They continue to remain available. The court lists, which again I accept are important, continue to be available both to the public, a member of the public can look them up now, and where further information, enhanced listing with a bit more information, that too remains open to journalists. And of course, he's absolutely right. That transparency, that open justice, that ability of reporters to expose for the public what goes on in our courts is vitally important. That's why I want to make it open to more people, but put on a safer footing to ensure that data breaches like this don't occur again in the future.
Speaker.
Point of order, Dr. Kieran Mullen.
We obviously benefit from an enormous privilege in this House and being able to say things without any kind of worry of what might happen legally. The Minister several times in her statement said that the Court's desk had admitted that they had breached the data sharing agreement. The Court's desk have been absolutely clear with me that they never admitted that they had breached the agreement. I wonder if the Minister might want to take the chance to at least caveat what she may have said in the Chamber.
The honourable gentleman will know that that is not a point of order and not a matter for the Chair, and I don't intend to continue the debate via points of order this afternoon. Which brings us to the statement. I will allow a couple of moments for the front benches to swap over. Secretary of State Ed Miliband.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And with permission, I would like to make a statement about the local power plan and the AR7 solar and onshore wind auction results, both of which are published today. Britain's drive for clean energy is about helping to answer the call for a different kind of economy that works for the many, not just the wealthy and powerful in our society. And in the last few weeks, our Warm Homes Plan has delivered the biggest public investment in upgrading homes in British history to cut bills for millions and tackle fuel poverty. We've secured the largest offshore wind auction in European history with, for the first time, a clean industry bonus to drive investment into our industrial communities. And we've agreed a Fair Work Charter with business and trade unions as a first step to improve workers' rights in renewables. Today I can report to the House the results of the AR7 auction for onshore wind and solar. In onshore wind we secured 1.3 gigawatts of power at the price of £72 per megawatt hour, and in solar nearly 5 gigawatts at the price of £65 per megawatt hour. I can inform the House, together this onshore wind and solar will provide enough power for the equivalent of over 3 million homes, further reducing our dependence on international fossil fuel markets. It represents the largest solar and onshore wind auction in UK history. Now, I've had representations, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we should have cancelled this auction and instead just build new gas. I can tell the House that the price of this onshore wind and solar is less than half the price to build and operate new gas stations. Indeed, onshore wind and solar are by far the cheapest power sources available to build and operate. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I have rejected those representations. Instead, we have record-breaking results that will cut fat bills for families across Britain. But as we get off the roller coaster of fossil fuel markets, controlled by petrostates and dictators, we don't want this clean energy to be simply owned by big companies and multinationals. We want every community in this country to have the chance to own our energy future. And we know that community ownership is a transformative tool to build the wealth and pride of local areas and give people a stake in the places in which they live. We already see this in pioneering community energy projects across Britain, and I pay tribute to them. Lawrence Weston in Bristol, where England's tallest onshore wind turbine, and I visited, is 100% community owned and generates tens of thousands of pounds a year to reinvest in the local community. The Geraint Thomas Velodrome in Newport, which hosts nearly 2,000 solar panels, one of the largest rooftop solar projects in Wales, cutting their bills dramatically. And the Huntley Development Trust in Aberdeenshire, where community wind projects generate income that helps fund local charities. And we know that community energy doesn't just spread wealth and power, but also contributes to the resilience of our energy system by generating and storing power closer to where people live. Yet, Madam Deputy Speaker, despite the individual success stories, Britain has never decisively seized the opportunities of community energy. Around half of wind capacity in Denmark is owned by its citizens, as is almost half of solar in Germany. Yet in Britain, currently less than 1% of our renewables are community owned. With our local power plan today, we will change this. Today we announced the biggest public investment in community-owned energy in British history. During the last Parliament, less than 60 million was spent on government community energy schemes. Today, we set aside up to £1 billion of funding from Great British Energy to invest. This will offer grants to local authorities and community groups to support projects in their early stages, loans and project finance to support construction and operation, and funding to help communities buy a stake in larger renewable projects in their areas. And this funding will also be targeted at underserved areas of the country where it can make the biggest difference. Great British Energy estimates this funding will support an initial 1,000 community and local energy projects. But this is just the start. Today we send out the message to community groups, sports clubs, miners' welfares, village halls across the country, in every community of Britain. We want to give you the chance to own your own energy, to transfer money from the pockets of energy companies to your community, and to generate income for the benefit of local people for decades to come. A Labour government enabling every community of our country to own and build wealth for local people. But to make it happen, we know it is not just about providing capital funding. Communities need help to plan and develop their projects. So alongside this funding, Great British Energy will establish a one-stop shop to provide support and advice about local and community energy, with a team of expert advisors to help communities get their projects off the ground. Britain's publicly owned energy company working hand in hand with our brilliant mayors, local authorities and community groups to turn the ambition of local communities into reality. Now, alongside the funding and support, we also know that we must confront the reality that for years the rules of our energy system have held back the growth of community energy. Local and community schemes face hurdles that may be straightforward for large developers to overcome, but are too high for voluntary groups with limited time and resources. We are determined to break down these barriers. So we will also work with Ofgem to reform market codes and supply licenses to help communities sell the power they generate. And we will ensure community energy projects benefit from our reforms to planning and grid. We also, Madam Deputy Speaker, want to make it easier for communities to take a stake in larger projects through shared ownership. Building on examples like the Isle of Skye Cooperative in the Hebrides, which owns a share of a local onshore wind farm and has generated over £1.5 million for the local community. We think there is huge potential for many more projects like this. So we will consult on how we could use existing powers in the 2015 Infrastructure Act to mandate an offer of shared ownership. Powers passed more than a decade ago, but never implemented. It would mean that when big projects are built by companies, local people and communities will be offered a stake in them. As my honourable friend, the member for the Western Isles, has said, we need to move from a situation where communities can only aspire to be passive beneficiaries of projects owned by large companies to being owners themselves with benefits in perpetuity. From community benefit to community share and community stake. Taken together, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is the most comprehensive package of support to grow local and community energy our country has ever seen. It builds on the Pride in Place programme, the community right to buy, and our world-leading commitment to double the size of the cooperative sector. And we know the local power plan will not be delivered from Whitehall, but place by place, community by community. So today I issue an invitation to local and community groups. Come forward with proposals and we will support you to make them happen. A stake for the British people in our energy system, generating returns for local communities and local people. Power, wealth and opportunity in the hands of the many, not the few, and I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Minister Greg Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for prior sight of his statement. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is becoming increasingly difficult to tell whether the Secretary of State is at the dispatch box as the Energy Secretary or rehearsing for a future move to perhaps number 11. Once again, the Secretary of State is distracted by personal ambition than the bleak reality families are facing across the country with crippling energy bills. Today's announcement is being sold as a bold shift of power to local communities. But cutting through the fluff, this plan does not make electricity cheaper, and it does not offer value for the taxpayer. This plan does nothing to reduce wholesale prices, nothing to fix the grid connection backlog, nothing to tackle the structural costs. Instead, the government are asking taxpayers to fund small-scale projects that will optimistically provide minor reductions in costs for a few local buildings, whilst leaving families and businesses across this country still paying higher prices. There are no guarantees that the £1 billion committed through the Great British Energy Scheme will deliver lower bills. No clear test of value for money, and no convincing explanation of why subsidising small piecemeal projects offers a better return for than backing affordable, large-scale nuclear generation that would genuinely move the dial. Spread thinly across the country over several years and funneled through yet another Whitehall-controlled body, this is not a serious intervention. It is a press release masquerading as an energy strategy. Madam Deputy Speaker, alongside the local power plan, the results of allocation round 7 this morning raise serious questions that the Secretary of State has yet to answer. In the government's own press release, they rely on internal analysis to claim that additional solar and onshore wind procured through AR7 could lower bills in the early 2030s. But that analysis has not been published. It looks only at a narrow scenario, excludes wider system costs, and does not give a full picture of future bill levels. So if ministers are so confident in their figures, why won't they release the full impact assessment? What exactly is the Secretary of State hiding? AR7 also underlines the direction of travel under this government. Longer contracts, higher strike prices, and greater risk locked in for bill payers. The extension of contracts for difference from 15 to 20 years means households will be tied into paying these costs for even longer, regardless of whether circumstances change. At the same time, the government has relaxed planning requirements so some offshore wind projects can bid before planning consent has even been secured. All of this points to the root problem. Electricity prices are already too high, and the policies being pursued by this government are only pushing them higher. Doubling down on carbon taxes and loading more expensive wind and solar onto a system that is not ready risks driving up costs for both households and industry, making British business less competitive and leaving families to pick up the bill. Families are being asked to pay more, not less. Labour promised to cut energy bills by £300. Instead, bills have risen by £190 since they came into power. That is the reality behind their rhetoric, and that is the reality that every family up and down the land understands as they open their energy bills. And at the centre of all of this sits Great British Energy, an £8 billion taxpayer-funded quango that was meant to lower bills for everyone. So far, all we have is the promise of a highly paid chief executive, a new board, and more bureaucracy. Why do we need another expensive state body to do what the market and existing institutions should already be delivering? And that is the fundamental difference in approach. Our cheap power plan focuses on bringing down the underlying cost of electricity, saving the public sector and everyone else vastly more in the process, and doing so without costing taxpayers a penny. This government is more focused on its own internal politics than on delivering the one thing people need: energy that is reliable, abundant, and above all, affordable for all of our constituents.
Secretary of State.
Well, there weren't any questions, but I will. I'll reply nonetheless. Let me start on the issue of the AR7 auction, because I think this is very interesting, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it will give the House a picture of what's actually changed. And what's changed is the Conservative Party, not the reality. Because we had the AR5 auction a couple of years ago when the Conservatives were in power. And in the AR5 auction, the price of solar was higher than it was in this auction. And the then Secretary of State, the Right Honourable Lady who's now the Shadow Secretary of State, said this: "Our reliance on gas for electricity production today risks making power prices higher than they would be in a system with a greater share of generation from wind and solar. Moving to home-based clean power mitigates risks to bill payers now and in the future." Now, what has changed? Well, what's changed is that the Conservative Party have gone full MAGA. Let us just be honest about this. They've decided to chase reform into a ludicrous position, doubling down on fossil fuels, rejecting even solar and onshore wind, the cheapest, cleanest form of power you can possibly have. And I guess the honourable gentleman is just reading out the script. Now then, on community energy, well, I mean, I have to say, I congratulate him because he's given a brilliant example and picture of why the last government was so hopeless on community energy. I mean, he obviously thinks it's a terrible idea. So, I mean, you know, he's very welcome to do this, but he's sending a message to every Member of Parliament and all of their constituents. The Conservative Party, they're against community energy projects. They're against the things that will cut bills for local community groups, to every sports club, to every community centre, to every library that will benefit from this funding. There's a very clear answer. The Conservative Party says no, you don't deserve it. We don't want you to have those lower bills. We don't want you to have that cheap clean power. We don't want you to have that income and resources to reinvest in our local community. If they want that as the dividing line, Madam Deputy Speaker, bring it on. I say this government is on the side of local communities, on the side of cutting bills, on the side of reinvesting money into those communities. The Conservative Party, in their new incarnation, is against it.
Yeah. Chair of the Select Committee, Bill Esterson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, Select Committees look at the evidence, and the evidence we've heard is that community energy is a great way of bringing down bills and giving people the confidence to take part in the energy transition. In fact, talking of solar, which the Secretary of State mentioned in his statement, we heard that golf courses use 10 times as much land as solar farms do now. And even if the Committee on Climate Change recommendations are adopted, it will still be twice as much land use for golf courses. The Country Land and Business Association told us concerns about land use are a myth, that the planning system protects the best and most versatile land for crop production, and that the rollout of solar should be encouraged as a way of diversifying for farmers, delivering cheap electricity for both neighbouring businesses and domestic users as well. So, will the Secretary of State say how he intends to ensure as many people as possible in rural areas understand the benefits of community energy and solar more widely, and will he ensure that those myths are finally busted?
Secretary of State.
Well, I think my honourable friend did a very good job of busting those myths in his question, and I think he's absolutely right about this. Look, the truth is that you can't at one and the same time complain about bills being too high and then reject the cheapest, cleanest form of power. But I'm afraid that is the position of the party opposite. There's no hiding the fact. I mean, nobody can disagree. You can disagree about other things, but nobody can disagree that solar is the cheapest form of power, but they're against it. On his point about community energy, I think he makes a really important point. And let's be honest, Madam Deputy Speaker, on this. We are in the foothills of what we need to achieve as a country on this. Because when you look at Germany, when you look at Denmark, they are miles ahead of us. And this is about a different conception of energy and who owns it. Not just big multinational companies, not just the big companies that they seem to want to just leave it all to. We want local people to be able to have a stake in the system, and that's what this plan is about.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Pippa Halings.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And the Liberal Democrats welcome the government recognising what communities across the country have been saying for years, that community energy is one of the most powerful ways to cut bills, rebuild trust in the energy system, rebuild local resilience, take people with us on the journey to net zero. We campaigned hard to see community energy written into the Great British Energy Act alongside many people, although not everybody it seems to be today, in this House and the other House, alongside community groups like the South Cambridgeshire Climate and Nature Group and other community organisations across the country. We believe in localism, in empowerment and in giving communities a real stake and ownership in our clean energy future. And I thank the Minister for working with us to make sure that we did get this into the Great British Energy Act. Because as we rightly move away from volatile fossil fuel costs controlled by foreign powers, we must ensure that our new clean energy system puts community firsts. And It must mean giving people the power to generate, own and crucially sell their own clean energy locally, with profits reinvested in the places where the energy is produced. So, while we welcome the local power plan in principle, the devil is in the details. 1. What happened to the government's pledge of £3.3 billion for community-owned energy, and today what we're hearing about is £1 billion of investment. We don't want to follow the Conservative government's retreat from ambition on local clean power. It's not the time to scale back ambition. Secondly, on the crucial issue of empowerment, local empowerment, regulation is needed, and organisations like Power for People constantly, regularly told us that there are barriers to access, as the Secretary of State said, to fair local markets. They've welcomed this plan too, echoing the promise made by the Minister here that the government will establish local energy supply models. The local power plan, I've looked through it very quickly, in the final place talks about the regulatory changes necessary, but when will those come through? This has to happen, the energy transition, not to communities but with them.
Order. Secretary of State.
I thank the Honourable Lady, and I say this genuinely, for her advocacy on this issue ever since we came into government, and indeed before, and she's a powerful advocate for community energy. And indeed I congratulate the group in South Cambridgeshire as well as she did. On the, let me deal with a couple of points she made. On the point about the level of investment, I think in anyone's view, this is a very significant scale of investment we're making. I said it's £1 billion compared to 60 million in the last Parliament under the last government. So this is a massive scaling up, and I think it's a realistic assessment of what can be spent over this Parliament. But obviously, this is the start of our ambitions. On her point about working, I think a point she was making was about working with local community groups. I think this is very, very important. And I think she will know that one of the challenges that local groups face is getting to the stage of having a project that's ready to go. And I think part of this is about working with those groups to make sure that can happen. And on the point about Ofgem and some of the regulatory changes, absolutely, we're going to work as quickly as we can to unblock some of the barriers and make sure that this can happen as swiftly as possible.
Mike Reader.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, Northampton is one of the towns across the UK that will benefit from the local power plan. Does the Secretary of State agree with me that my schools, college, universities, the 4 hospitals in my constituency and my sports clubs, including the Cobblers, one of the greenest football clubs in the country, will benefit from this plan, and we will see the wealth generated from local power kept in our community?
Yeah. Secretary of State.
Congratulations to the Cobblers, Madam Deputy Speaker, and indeed all of the organisations in my honourable friend's constituency. He's absolutely right. We think there are huge benefits across the country, and indeed GBE have now, I think, are opening their website so that different groups can register an interest and work with them.
Roger Gale.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. National Grid is one of the large national private companies run by the wealthy and powerful in society that the Secretary of State derided in his statement. National Grid is seeking to build on the edge of an area of scientific interest and a nature reserve a 90-foot high converter station covering the size of 5 football pitches. Local people that the Secretary of State claims to champion don't want this. So will the Secretary of State champion the local people and consign this project to the dustbin of history where it belongs?
Well, the honourable gentleman will know that there's a planning process for all projects. I do gently point this out to him, though, not necessarily specifically on his project, because I want to make a more general point that if we are going to get the benefits of cheap, clean power, we need to build the transmission infrastructure. And the biggest threat to the countryside is the climate crisis. That is the single biggest threat to biodiversity and to nature. So I'm sure he feels strongly about this specific issue he talked about, and so do his constituents. But I do believe it's right to build the transmission infrastructure we need to lower bills for people and tackle the climate crisis.
Rachel Hopkins.
Thank
Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Secretary of State for his announcement of the £1 billion funding for community energy projects under Labour's local power plan. Could he outline the benefits of community energy for constituencies like mine of Luton South and South Bedfordshire, and how local communities can get involved and ensure any profits are reinvested locally?
State.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for that question. I think there are sort of, just briefly, Madam Deputy Speaker, there are sort of three really important aspects to this. One, communities can have lower bills for their community centres and their local institutions. Two, they can generate a stream of income by selling power back to their grid. And thirdly, there's something wider and perhaps more intangible, which is giving local communities a sense of a stake in the system. And I think this is really, really important. Because I think one of the ways in which we gain consent from people is the sense that it isn't simply the big multinationals that are going to own our energy system, it's local people themselves.
Vera Hobhouse.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the publication of the local power plan, and I honestly recognise the government's commitment to community energy. But I think there is still a piece missing, namely that properties in the vicinity of a community energy generator can directly benefit, ultimately be directly supplied, rather than through a third party. Will the Secretary of State look again at how community energy is defined and include as households benefiting from the energy generated within that community? That we have been sort of struggling with that definition of community energy in the Select Committee. And I think this is important, that households can benefit from energy generated within the community. Thank you.
State.
Well, I thank the Honourable Lady for her advocacy on this issue. My honourable friend, the Minister, who is the world's expert on these questions, assures me, or at least the UK expert on these issues, I won't push it too far, he assures me that the Honourable Lady's important question about the statutory definition, and I think it's code P441, are being answered in the plan.
Joe Morris.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for his announcement. Community energy is incredibly powerful in rural Britain as well, particularly in the village of Humsoft, where Humsoft Net Zero set up the community-owned solar farm. So can I just restate my invitation to the Secretary of State to join me on a visit to Humsoft Community Solar Farm, and thank him once again for the statement.
Secretary of State.
Well, I will take him up on this kind offer, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I think he will see powerfully one of the examples of community energy in practice. And I think what's so exciting about today's announcement is we can now reproduce this right across the country.
Sir Julian Lewis.
Does the Secretary of State agree that the Mandelson scandal illustrates the reputational risk and damage that can be done by ignoring aspects of criminal exploitation? Does he know whether there is a difference in the cost of solar panels that are imported from China compared with other possible sources? And what sort of safeguards does the government have that we are not encouraging people to put on their roofs the products of criminal activity and forced labour exploitation?
Secretary of State.
Well, he and I have had exchanges on this before, and this is a serious issue, and he's absolutely right, within his rights to raise it. I'd say two things to him. One, that Great British Energy, after the GB bill, has pledged to be a leader in this area and has appointed an advisor to work on these issues. And secondly, he will know that as part of the solar roadmap, the industry committed something called the Sustainable Stewardship Initiative, which is precisely about having independent monitoring of where solar panels came from. I do take this issue really seriously. I take his advocacy on this issue very seriously. And look, it's work in progress, but it is really, really important that we get it right.
Olivia Blake.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Shadow Minister would do well to remember the measly £60 million that was spent in the last government on community projects, and the fact that they were opposed to GB Energy, and today's plan sets out clearly the £1 billion for community projects coming through GB Energy. Community energy can deliver cheaper power, local jobs, and importantly, public support for clean energy and net zero. Can the Secretary of State set out how Great British Energy will be removing barriers to community ownership so communities communities can directly share in the benefits of net zero?
Secretary of State.
Well, I think my honourable friend speaks with great eloquence on these issues, and one of the things I became very interested in is this power that was passed in the 2015 Energy Act around giving local community groups the sort of right to buy a share of large-scale projects. That power has never been triggered. I think it may have been the fruits of the coalition negotiations. But we are very interested in making that power a reality. That's just one of the ways in which we can break down the barriers that my honourable friend talks about.
Sir Julian Smith.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Secretary of State will be aware that small businesses across the UK are really struggling with energy costs, and particularly in rural areas and communities like North Yorkshire. What role will this plan play, or what can small businesses get from this plan to lower their costs as quickly as possible?
Secretary of State.
Well, look, this plan is mainly about community groups and non-profit organisations, but I think the honourable gentleman raises a serious issue, and it is something that we're talking to the National Wealth Fund and others about, because it emphasises this point, which is there is sort of low-hanging fruit here. There are ways in which, if we can make it possible for small businesses and others to make these investments, they can lower their bills, and we might as well use these free resources, the free resources of the sun that are available, and obviously the solar panel cost has come down a long way. So it's something for me to take away and to work on.
Clive Efford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm really excited by this announcement today because I'm the chair of trustees of Semi Montague Youth Club in my constituency. We have a roof that would benefit enormously from solar panels that may generate income and make us more sustainable going forward at a time when local government funding is drying up. In addition, we have 13 acres of land, and I've always thought that we had the potential for ground source heating, and that if we could actually get some money to invest in that we can actually provide energy to some of the buildings that are around us as well. So I wonder if my right honourable friend agrees with me that when we delve into this issue, actually the scope is boundless. There's many projects that we could look into.
The two ideas that my honourable friend has sound absolutely ideal for this fund. I mustn't sort of put my thumb on the scale too much on the eventual outcome, but they sound ideal to me, and I think he is right about this. You know, in a sense, I think what we're starting here is something that over time will grow bigger and bigger. And in a way, it's partly about raising our eyes and thinking, well, if it works in Germany and Denmark, why shouldn't it work here? And why shouldn't local people get the benefits of this? And I think that is why it is a big transformative shift, actually, in the thinking about what's possible.
Graham Ledbetter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The SNP have been very committed to community energy projects for a long period of time. Indeed, we've invested more than was invested by the previous government in community energy projects, over £67 million and nearly 1,000 projects. So a very much welcome, belated welcome to the party when it comes to renewable energy. But when you're talking about community energy, are you including community heat projects, which can be combined with community energy projects? You can have a turbine with a community heat network, for example, and that can drive a huge amount of benefit to the local community.
State.
Well, yes is the answer to that question, Madam Deputy Speaker. It absolutely includes all kinds of innovative projects. And I think one of the things that we're going to find as we open these funds for bidding, both from local authorities and community groups, is the innovative, imaginative potential ideas from local people about how they can drive this forward. And I suspect we're going to be overwhelmed with the sense of the imagination and innovation that we see, and that's what's so exciting about it.
Jeremy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's quite clear that communities that host energy projects should in some way benefit from them, and I really welcome those principles being incorporated into this plan. And I particularly welcome the government's support for rooftop solar for Swaffham Community Hospital in South West Norfolk, not just from an environmental point of view, but as a way of reducing energy costs for public services and having that saving reinvested back into the front line. Will my honourable friend commit to tracking the financial benefit for these proposals so that we know the true benefit for communities up and down the country?
I think my honourable friend makes a really important point, and as a sort of super nerd, I'm very interested in these kind of analyses of the impacts, and sometimes governments do things and then you don't track the impacts and you can't sort of prove the difference it's made. So he makes a really important point, and his point about Swaffham Hospital also is really important. What GB is already doing with their work on schools and hospitals is making a difference to public services up and down the country.
Madam Speaker. In his statement, the Secretary of State said, a stake for the British people in our energy system, generating returns for local communities and local people. And he went on to say that he was on the side of local communities. Now, I appreciate he was talking about Auction Round 7 and not about nationally significant infrastructure projects, but in my constituency, we have the East Park Energy Solar Farm, and at 1,900 acres, it's having a huge impact on local communities, a huge impact on both Great Staunton and Hale Weston in my constituency, and residents there are massively opposed to this. So what would he say to my constituents who feel that he very much isn't on the side of local communities, given the decision for this project falls squarely with the Secretary of State?
I won't get into the details of a planning decision, but what I will say to him is local people that host, or local areas that host energy infrastructure should see community benefits. But what I'd say to his constituents and others, there should always be community benefits, but what I would say to his constituents and others is that if we want to bring bills down, if we want energy security, we've got to build the energy infrastructure we need. And solar is really a really important part of it, because it is the cheapest, cleanest form of power. And I'm sure some of his constituents won't like it, but sometimes we have to stand up and say we think this is the right thing to do for cheap, clean power.
Catherine Fuchs.
Thank you. And I thank the Secretary of State for his statement today announcing big investment in local energy. He mentioned the fantastic example of the Geraint Thomas velodrome in Newport, my neighbouring constituency, with its 2,000 solar panels. And this absolutely shows the value of those community energy projects, which will cut bills and tackle climate change and literally give power to those local people on bikes going around the velodrome. I'm delighted that Welsh Government and UK Government both have an exciting vision for community energy, and that Welsh Government created Uni Cymru in 2023. So what can the Secretary of State tell me about the further local energy plans and investment in Wales and in my constituency of Monmouthshire? Secretary of State.
Well, look, one of the things I want to do is congratulate the Welsh Government on their initiatives in this area, because they are really important, and they are great leaders in this. I was whispering to my honourable friend whether he and I should be cycling in the Geraint Thomas velodrome, but he thought that was probably a bad idea. On balance, Madam Deputy Speaker seems to agree from the look on her face. I'd say to my honourable friend, I really hope that her constituents benefit from this. They will be able to see with the velodrome the potential benefit that there could be for them, and we look forward to working with the Welsh Government so we can supercharge the benefits from this plan.
Tom Morrison.
Mr. Speaker, too often my constituents, like many in the north of England, have seen such government schemes ploughing money disproportionately into the south of England. In fact, government figures show total investment per jobs is about £13,000 in London compared to £9,000 in the north west. So how will the Secretary of State ensure such regional inequalities are not reinforced where projects are funded?
As a South Yorkshire MP, I completely agree with him on these questions. And look, he makes a really important point. He's put it on the record, and I'm sure GB Energy will be very conscious of this, which is to make sure that there is a fair balance across the country when it comes to the allocation of these resources.
Adam Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I thank the Secretary of State for explaining very clearly how the local power plan represents the biggest investment in community energy ever, helping to create jobs, develop skills and generate growth. This ambition is shared very clearly by the redevelopment of New Stanton Park in my constituency. It's creating thousands of jobs and apprenticeships and returning industry to Ilkeston. Will the Secretary of State then outline how the local power plan, alongside Mayor Claire Ward's mayoral renewable fund, will support developments like New Stanton Park by lowering energy costs, attracting investment and expanding gold standard apprenticeships?
Well said.
Another really exciting part of this plan, Madam Deputy Speaker, which is working with local mayors like the excellent Claire Ward, because there's just a real chance here for kind of mayoral vision to combine with national government vision, to combine with local people's vision about how they can transform their community and generate resources. So I'm very happy to endorse the sentiments of my honourable friend, and I really look forward to him, working with him and Claire on this plan.
Anne Davies.
Community energy has an important part to role in Wales, where it currently powers around 17,500 homes, and many of those are in my constituency in Caerfyrddin, where only Sir Gar are leading the way. So I welcome the local power plan and its funding envelope of £1 billion, so that we can rapidly expand this number. So can the Secretary of State tell me more on how this funding will be fairly distributed across the UK, and will he introduce a ring fence to ensure that Wales and other devolved nations such as Scotland and Northern Ireland receive at minimum their population share?
Well, the Honourable Lady asked a really important question, and one of the things that we'll be doing is working with the Welsh publicly owned energy company to make sure that we together make sure that Wales benefits from this plan. I made the point to the honourable gentleman who asked me the question about a fair balance of funding across the country. I think this is very, very important. I also say this, Madam Deputy Speaker. Look, I think we will find that this programme is going to be highly oversubscribed, will be my prediction, because there is such appetite, and I hear it in the House, for this plan and for the potential of this plan. But one of the things we'll be definitely doing is working with the Welsh Government.
Alice MacDonald.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the local power plan, which builds on much clean energy investment in Norfolk, including backing for the Vanguard wind project and 17 million for warm homes in Norwich. I'd urge the government to keep backing the east of England as a hub for clean energy. Could he maybe outline a bit more detail about how constituents will become aware of this project, particularly maybe people who won't hear their statements today, or perhaps hear this on the radio, to make sure that those communities that would actually benefit the most are able to maximise this funding?
Well, I think my honourable friend makes a really, really important point, and I think this is where local members of parliament have a massive role to play in, approaching their local community groups and others who they think can have potential to benefit from this. Because, one of the most important things about members of parliament is they have, and I say this across all sides of the House, is that so many of them have a sense of the groups in their constituency, the areas in their constituency that can really benefit from this. So I would encourage all members, and we will make sure, my honourable friend the Minister and I, we will make sure that we provide the resources for MPs across the House to be able to kind of not only know about the plan, but draw it to the attention of people and community groups in their constituency so they can benefit from it.
James.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for his statement. My Lib Dem colleagues and I have long campaigned for community energy, but it's not enough to have a plan to deliver local power projects in the future when there are already projects around the country ready to go now, but sadly have not been supported by the National Grid. In Wokingham, the Barkham solar farm is ready to go, but the National Grid is not ready yet to hook it up to the grid. They have delayed it for far too long, and recently they've come up with another long delay. So what is the Minister doing to fix this failure and get the Barkham solar farm hooked up to the grid to the benefit of our local community?
Yes.
I do think the honourable gentleman makes a really, really important point. One of the things that we've done is done a big overhaul of the grid connections queue, which, as he knows, was the sort of Wild West, really, a sort of chaotic first come, first served queuing system, and NISA have done a big reordering of the queue. But one of the things that we've got to do is put pressure on the transmission operators to make sure they actually deliver. So I would encourage him to write to my honourable friend the Minister about the specific project, and we will take it up with the National Grid.
John Whitby.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I've spoken to groups across my constituency such as Transition Croich and Derbyshire Dales Community Energy, who are working to create new community energy owned energy projects in order to cut bills and drive down emissions, and the 1 billion announced today will significantly help with their aims. However, these groups will grow faster if they're able to sell their energy directly to households in their communities. So could the Minister therefore please update us on what plans he has to implement local supply rights for community energy schemes?
We're right into the nerdery here, and it's really important nerdery, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend makes such an essential point about the ability for this power to be sold back into the grid. I would assure him this is something that we are working on with Ofgem to improve the offer to local community groups, because this is an essential part of ensuring that economic value goes to the groups, including in his constituency.
Paul Wall.
Speaker, in Rochdale, we're the birthplace of the cooperative movement, so we all know what happens when local people come together to take back control when there's been a clear market failure. And that's one of the many reasons I'm proud to be the Labour and Cooperative Party MP from Rochdale. The Secretary of State talked rightly about this shift from community benefit, which is crumbs from the table for the big energy companies, to community ownership, and how that can sustainably lower bills for community groups and community buildings. Does he agree with me that today's local power plan is all about power to the people, not just in sense of clean energy, but in sense of power to communities to determine their own bills and their own future?
Yeah. Power to the people, indeed, great slogan, Madam Deputy Speaker. And look, I really share the sentiments of my honourable friend, both about the cooperative movement and indeed Rochdale's pioneering place in the cooperative movement, which is so important in our country, but also the shift in thinking that this plan represents, this shift in thinking about ownership, that it always has to be done by the big multinational companies, privately owned, to a different way of thinking about this, which is, yes, they're going to continue to play a role, but why shouldn't local people be able to come together and own their own energy? That whole principle was founded in Rochdale, and this plan will, I hope, help the doubling of the cooperative movement that this government is committed to.
Jonathan Davis.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Secretary of State for his statement, the publication of the local power plan and the £1 billion investment which is going to support community groups provide green and sustainable energy and help their financial sustainability as well. We've got considerable expertise in Derbyshire when it comes to using water to create power. In fact, the mills that were built on the Derwent Valley over 200 years ago were amongst the first to harness that opportunity, and now we have a number of hydro projects on that stretch of water. So can I encourage him to come to Derbyshire to see some of those projects, to look to see where we could add more, and if he wants some help from local people who have expertise in this space, I'm more than happy to put him in touch.
Well, I look forward to doing that, and I thank my honourable friend for his invitation. And I think he actually makes a really important point that we can actually look back at our history, as my honourable friend from Rochdale also made this point, and actually draw inspiration from some of the pioneers who had a vision which is not the same vision as today, but had some of the similar principles. So I congratulate the people in his constituency who are working on these issues, and I look forward to meeting them.
I thank the Secretary of State for his statement this afternoon, and perhaps for not doing it in Lycra. Point of order, Mike Martin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Apologies for getting onto my feet when you were on your feet. So on a point of order, Madam Deputy Speaker, during health questions on July the 22nd, 2025, so over 6 months ago, the Minister for Secondary Care agreed to meet with me to discuss accelerating patient discharge from hospital. I wrote to her on the 28th of July to arrange that meeting and received no reply. I followed this up with a written parliamentary question on September the 9th. I remain still without a reply. Could you please advise me on what further avenues are open to me to secure a reply, given these commitments made in the House?
Can I thank the honourable member for giving notice of his point of order? It is, of course, crucial that members receive timely responses to correspondence with ministers. As he will know, it is not a matter for the chair, but I'm sure the Treasury bench will have noted the honourable member's concerns, and if there have been any delays to responses to written questions, he can, of course, also raise that with the Table Office. Which brings us to presentation of Bill. Vera Hobhouse.
Images, Non-Consensual Recording and Distribution Bill.
Second reading what day?
27th of February, Madam Deputy Speaker.
27th of February. Which brings us to the 10-minute rule motion. Mr. Richard Quigley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm already excited about doing the walk, so forgive me if I start. I beg to move that we be given leave to bring a bill to establish a requirement for persons providing certain public services to undertake training relating to eating disorders and disordered eating, to make provision about the delivery and content of such training and for connected purposes. As many colleagues will know, this bill is deeply personal to me. I have spoken before about my youngest child's experience with an eating disorder, exposed me to the scale of failings across CAMS, wider mental health services and our inpatient system. This bill will not fix every one of those problems, but I do want to place on record my sincere thanks to the Department of Health and Social Care, particularly to the Minister for Care and the Minister for Health, Innovation and Safety, for their genuine commitment to understanding this crisis and their determination to confront it head-on. Turning to the bill itself, I have chosen to focus on training for frontline public service workers, ensuring they are equipped to recognise and safeguard those experiencing one of the most misunderstood mental health conditions. The evidence is clear. Early intervention, spotting the signs quickly and accessing appropriate care dramatically improves outcomes. It can reduce the need for inpatient or day patient treatment by around 35%, meaning fewer hospital admissions and far less disruption to everyday life. Yet eating disorders remain profoundly misunderstood. Unlike many other illnesses, the person affected may actively resist help. These conditions often drive secrecy, denial and a determination to mask the harm being done, both to the individual and to the people who love them most. As with domestic abuse, it's so often our frontline public service workers who, in those brief moments when a sufferer allows their guard to drop, are best placed to reassure them that recovery is both possible and within reach. Eating disorders do not only cause physical and mental deterioration, we must not forget that eating disorders carries the highest rate of mortality of any mental illness. The most recent confirmed data from the Office of National Statistics for 2019 recorded 36 deaths. Yet research from the US suggests that the true figure for the UK could be far higher, potentially closer to 1,860 deaths once underreporting and misclassification are accounted for. Hospital admissions tell a similar story. Admissions exceeded 30,000 for the first time in the year 23-24, a 60% rise compared with pre-pandemic levels. I fear that without legislative action, we will continue to reach these devastating milestones. More children losing their childhoods, more parents fighting desperately just to have their child heard, and more entirely preventable deaths. The framework for the training proposed in this bill already exists. As I have said previously, it mirrors the approach taken for domestic abuse inquiries, giving frontline professionals the skills to ask sensitive, safe and appropriate questions. I firmly believe that the vast majority of dedicated frontline staff want to help. This bill simply gives them the tools and confidence to do so. In 2023, the Royal College of Psychiatrists developed medical emergencies in eating disorders to improve the safe management of crises and prevent avoidable complications and deaths. Yet we still do not see consistent implementation across the UK. Far too many people with eating disorders arrive at A&E only to be turned away, with no follow-up support, and that cannot be right. Eating disorders also rarely appear in isolation. The Eating Disorders APPG has heard harrowing accounts of people undergoing cancer treatment whose chemotherapy was not adjusted due to a lack of understanding about their eating disorder, leaving those already facing the fear and loneliness of chemotherapy even more vulnerable. One profession where this training could have a profound impact is teaching. Body dissatisfaction, one of the strongest risk factors, is now being observed in girls as young as 6. That is a truly shocking fact, and many teachers feel utterly helpless when they see their students beginning to slip into harmful patterns of thinking or behaviour. NHS figures show that around 6,000 children under 10 were hospitalised for eating disorders over a 5-year period, including more than 1,000 children under 5. I do not believe for a minute that the hospitalisation of over 6,000 children suffering from an eating disorder was inevitable. And I can only imagine the helplessness felt by parents, carers, teachers and clinicians as they watch those children struggle. The training in this bill is designed to change that. It will give teachers and frontline staff practical, evidence-based tools to recognise early warning signs, noticeable changes in eating behaviours, obsessive thinking about food or exercise, rapid weight fluctuations, withdrawal from friends or sudden anxiety linked to body image. It would guide staff on how to ask sensitive questions safely, how to communicate without reinforcing harmful thinking, and how to signpost families quickly towards appropriate clinical support. Crucially, it would also help staff understand what not to do, avoiding language that may inadvertently validate disordered thoughts, resisting the instinct to often reassure that could make things worse, and recognising when urgent escalation is required. As I have set out, eating disorders are complex and often misunderstood. Conditions that present very differently every individual. Anorexia, binge eating disorder and other illnesses do not look the same from one person to the next. But we do know this. In a moment of need, having someone who can recognise the signs and intervene can be the first step towards a meaningful recovery, giving someone the chance to reclaim their life. As I said at the start of this speech, this bill is not a silver bullet for the crisis in eating disorder services. I have been candid with ministers about the breadth of change required across the system, and I suspect the department will be delighted to hear that I intend to continue campaigning. But this bill recognises the deceptive nature of these illnesses and acknowledges a simple truth. Families cannot and should not be expected to navigate such complex, deeply confusing conditions on their own, and frontline staff must have the tools to help where they can. For those such as Zara Taylor, who tragically passed away due to her eating disorder, we will never know whether the measures in this bill might have made a difference for her. But we do owe it to her and to many others who are no longer with us to do everything within our power in this place to ensure that those who are struggling can seek and get access wherever they are in their journey.
The question is that the Honourable Member have leave to bring in the bill. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Who will prepare and bring in the bill?
Vera Hobhouse, John Whitby, Yinos Mehdi, Baggy Shankar, Lee Barron, Sean Berry, Annalise Dodds, John MacDonald, Josh Newbury and myself, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Richard Quigley.
Eating Disorders Training Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 27th of February, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Friday the 27th of February. Motion number 2 on business of the House today. Minister to move. The question is as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to the motion on the draft guaranteed minimum pensions increase order, which will be debated together with the motion on the draft social security benefits uprating order. I call the Minister to move the first motion. Sir Stephen Timms.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I do beg to move that the draft Social Security Benefits Uprating Order 2026 be approved. And if I may, Madam Deputy Speaker, I will move both of these instruments at the same time and move that the draft Guaranteed Minimum Pensions Increase Order 2026 also be approved, both of them having been laid before this House on the 12th of January. And Madam Deputy Speaker, in my view, the provisions in the instruments are compatible with the European Convention on Human Rights. So, firstly, the draft Social Security Benefits Uprating Order. This will increase relevant state pension rates by 4.8%, in line with the growth in average earnings in the year to May to July 2025. It will increase most other benefit rates by 3.8%, in line with the rise in the Consumer Prices Index in the year to September 2025. And so the regular formula has been used. The order commits the government to increased expenditure of £9 billion in 2026-27, of which £6 billion will be from state pensions and pensioner benefits, £2 billion from disability and carers benefits, and £1 billion from other working age benefits. A further £2 billion of expenditure on working age benefits will be incurred in 2026 as a result of uprating decisions made under separate legal powers in the Universal Credit Act 2025, which will set new rates for universal credit and income-related employment and support allowance. Let me say a little more about each of the benefits being uprated in turn. So first of all, on pensions. The government's commitment to the triple lock means that the basic and full rate of the new state pension will be uprated by the highest of the growth in earnings or prices, or 2.5%. And that means the uprating will be by 4.8% for 2026-27. So as a result, from April, the basic state pension will increase from £176.45 per week to £184.90, and the full rate of the new state pension will increase from £230.25 at the moment to £241.30 per week. I'll gladly give way to Doug.
I suppose I ought to declare an interest. The Right Honourable Gentleman will understand that we welcome, of course, the adherence to the triple lock that my party introduced. He will also know that there are tens of thousands of expatriate United Kingdom citizens whose pensions have been and remain frozen at the point at which they left the United Kingdom, in spite of the fact that they have paid throughout their working lives in the UK their full taxes and national insurance contributions. The last government, to our shame, failed to address this issue. Does this government have any plans to do so?
I'm grateful to the Honourable Gentleman for raising this point. It may be some comfort to him to know that it wasn't only the last government that failed to do anything about this, but previous governments also failed. And indeed, in my previous tenures of the Office of Pensions Minister, this issue was raised with me. But of course, it was the case that when those people left the UK, the rules were then as they are today. It was quite clear when people left, and of course it does depend which country they went to, but in the countries where uprating hasn't been applied, it's always been the case that uprating hasn't been applied there, and so it shouldn't have come as a surprise to those who left when their pensions weren't uprated. So there are not proposals at the moment that we're looking at to change that situation, but I know it's a matter that he's campaigned on consistently over a long period, and I pay tribute to him for that. Yes, I will.
Madam Deputy Speaker, Minister, one of the things that's come to my attention is while we very much welcome the triple lock, we welcome the extra monies coming to our pensioners. I had an 84-year-old pensioner in my office just last week. She says, Jim, I've got a demand from the HMRC for hundreds of pounds. I've never been in debt in all my life. Can I ask the Secretary of State, please, please do this for me if you could, please. When it comes to those pensioners who find themselves now being taxed when they were never taxed before, is it not possible to have a different system where the money could be taxed at source at the very beginning, rather than asking pensioners who are financially under pressure, who are mentally under pressure, emotionally under pressure, to fill in an online form that they just can't do? There must be a simpler way of doing it.
Well, I'm grateful to the Honourable Gentleman. I mean, this is, of course, is a matter for Her Majesty's Treasury rather than me, the question of how the tax system operates. It may be some comfort to him to, he may already have heard, the reassurance provided by the Chancellor that those whose only income is the basic or new state pension without any increments will not have to pay any income tax in the course of this Parliament. But of course those who have additional income beyond the state pension very often do have a tax liability, but the mechanism for how that is applied is a matter for my honourable friends in Her Majesty's Treasury rather than me, but I can certainly make sure that his point is passed on to them. But Madam Deputy Speaker, other components of state pension awards, such as those previously built up under earnings-related state pension schemes, including the additional state pension, will increase by 3.8% in line with prices. The Government is committed to supporting pensioners on the lowest incomes, and so the safety net provided by the Pension Credit Standard Minimum Guarantee will increase by 4.8%. That means for single pensioners, it will increase from £227.10 to £238 per week. For couples, from £346.60 to £363.25 per week. The pension credit savings credit maximum amount will increase by 3.8% in line with prices. Yes, sir, gladly.
I thank the Minister for giving way. One of the first acts of this government was to remove the winter fuel payment, which they've subsequently partially U-turned on. And the Prime Minister himself promised assistance for WASPI women, something that is manifestly not happening. These both impact pensioners in a significant way. When it comes to the uprating of new and old pensions, pensioners on the old pension are seeing that gap widening all the time, because although they're going up by the same percentage, they're starting from different baselines. What is the government doing to try and equalise those pension levels to try and prevent that from that situation from becoming worse?
Well, we're not proposing any change in those arrangements at the moment. As he'll know, these arrangements were introduced by the previous government, in fact I think by the coalition government that put in place the current arrangements for the new state pension, and they were introduced with commitments about future uprating, and we are committed to delivering the triple lock for those, but we're not planning to sort of change the relativities between those two arrangements. But if I can now, Madam Deputy Speaker, move on to working age benefits. Most working age benefits and other benefits for people below state pension age will also increase by 3.8%. That includes statutory payments such as statutory sick pay, statutory maternity pay, the personal allowances of income support, housing benefit, job seekers allowance, and contributory employment and support allowance. The order will also increase the child amounts, the carer amounts, transitional severe disability premiums in universal credit, and pensioner and carer premiums in income-related employment and support allowance, all by 3.8%. The Universal Credit Act 2025, as I mentioned earlier, included very important changes to rebalance universal credit. For 2026 to 7, the standard allowance in universal credit will be uprated by September CPI plus an additional 2.3%. Now, this represents the first permanent above-inflation rise to the universal credit standard allowance that there has ever been. And I believe it's the first permanent real terms increase in the headline benefit rate since the 1970s. However, it isn't in the order we are debating today. But all these increases will apply across Great Britain. Yes, I will.
Minister, giving way. And I very much appreciate the action the government has taken on uprating UC for the first time, as he says in its history. However, would he accept that that it still doesn't cover the cost of the basic essentials like food, heating and rent for many of our most put upon constituents?
Well, I think perhaps the point he's making that it doesn't fulfil the aspirations of the Essentials Guarantee campaign, which he and I are familiar with, and that is true. But this uprating above inflation in April will be the first of 4 such upratings. So there will be a similar over-inflation uprating in each of this coming April and each of the following 3 Aprils. It will not end up at the level that there's been a campaign for the Essentials Guarantee around. But let's see what happens beyond the period that we have made these announcements for. And as you said, it is a historic change of direction for public policy. Benefits for people in England and Wales who have additional costs as a result of disability or ill health will also increase by 3.8%. These include disability living allowance, attendance allowance and personal independence payment. The increase will also apply to carers allowance. And let me turn also, Madam Deputy Speaker, to the Guaranteed Minimum Pensions Increase Order 2026, or the GMP Increase Order. This sets out the yearly amount by which the guaranteed minimum pension part of an individual's contracted out occupational pension, earned between 1988 and April 1997 must be increased when it is being paid. The increase is paid by occupational pension schemes and helps to provide a measure of inflation protection to people in receipt of contracted out occupational pensions which were earned between those 2 years, 1988 and 1997. The law requires that GMPs earned between those 2 dates must be increased by the percentage increase in the general level of prices as measured the previous September, capped at 3%. So the September 2025 inflation figure, or CPI figure, was 3.8%. The increase for the financial year 2026-27 will be 3%. Having that 3% cap does provide pension schemes with more certainty, allowing them to forecast their future liabilities more reliably, and that is important when they're considering their funding commitments. And this does strike a balance, I think, between protecting members against the effects of inflation on the one hand, but not increasing scheme costs beyond what schemes and sponsoring employers can reasonably afford on the other. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, the draft Social Security Benefits Uprating Order, if Parliament approves it, commits the government to increased expenditure of £9 billion in the next financial year. Changes will mainly come into effect from the 6th of April this year and apply for the tax year 2026-27. The order maintains the triple lock, which benefits pensioners who are in receipt of both the basic and new state pensions, raises the level of the safety net in pension credit beyond the increase in prices, and increases the rates of benefit for those in the labour market, and increases the rates of carers' benefits and benefits to help with additional costs arising from disability or health impairment. The draft Guaranteed Minimum Pensions Increase Order requires formally contracted out occupational pension schemes to pay an increase of 3% on GMPs in payment earned between April 1988 and April 1997, giving a measure of protection against inflation paid for by their scheme. And I commend the draft Social Security Benefits Uprating Order 2026 and the draft Guaranteed Minimum Pensions Increase Order 2026 to the House.
The question is the motion on the draft Guaranteed Minimum Pensions Increase Order as on the order paper. Shadow Minister Rebecca Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to just start by reassuring the Right Honourable Member for East Ham about something that I said last week in the two-child benefit cap debate. I shared something of my story and said that we had lost child benefit as a result of the new Labour government coming in 1997. I was convinced I had said family credit, which was what I was supposed to say. And when I saw it back and it was read back over Hansard, we realised in my haste to get my point across, I had in fact said the wrong thing, which makes sense of his perplexed face, which I caught across the front benches. So I just wanted to put that on record, although I have also done that in Hansard. So firstly, this afternoon, I can of course affirm that the opposition supports the increase of the guaranteed minimum pension and the uprating of social security benefits as is usual. However, given that this debate is largely a formality and there will be no vote on these motions, it is a good opportunity to take a step back and reflect on the pensions and benefits system more broadly, albeit of course within the frame of these motions before us this afternoon. Now, first off, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to highlight what I call the benefits barbell. At one end, the working age welfare bill keeps getting heavier. On the other, the cost of public sector defined benefits pensions is eye-watering. Yet in the middle of these two heavy weights is the hard-working taxpayer straining under the load. Welfare and pensions both matters. They are pillars of a decent society, but it is Britain's taxpayers who do the heavy lifting. They are the ones who get up before dawn, commute in all weathers and keep the economy moving. Without their effort or even more government borrowing, there would be no welfare state at all. And we cannot pile more weight onto their shoulders indefinitely. The Shadow Secretary of State for Work and Pensions has already admitted that the long-awaited Timms review will not involve making welfare savings and is now not likely to be published before 2027. It seems that this government is shunning any attempts at reform over the coming year. And yet again, it is the taxpayers who bear the cost of this delay. Right now, the UK is on the verge of becoming a welfare state with an economy attached. Over 40,000 people were signed off work every day by GPs over the last year, according to the Centre for Social Justice. Over 5 million people are claiming benefits with no work requirements, and that is equivalent to a population over half the size of London. Now, concerningly, Madam Deputy Speaker, this number includes more than 300,000 people aged 16 to 24, young people with promising lives ahead of them whose ambitions are being stifled by a benefit system which would rather write them off. Labour is presiding over a youth unemployment crisis and seems unable to offer long-term solutions. There are already nearly 1 million young people in the UK who are not in education, employment or training. Over 700,000 university graduates are out of work and on benefits. 1.5 years after taking office, this government is still failing to tame the runaway benefits bill and rising unemployment rates. By contrast, the Conservative plan is to get Britain working again, which will tackle youth unemployment by offering young people a first jobs bonus, which they can use to save for their first home. Now, living within our means is one of those sensible, mundane things which gives the Conservative Party its reputation as a safe pair of hands for the economy. Of course, making welfare savings is far less likely to grab headlines. Scrapping the two-child benefits cap or rolling out more free school meals is a far easier win. But getting the deficit under control is absolutely crucial to a healthy economy. When Conservatives took office in 2010, the government were running a deficit of 9%. By the time COVID struck, we had brought it down to under 1%. This in turn enabled us to provide generous support to individuals and businesses during lockdowns. Now, as I said in the debate on the two-child benefit cap last week, keeping the limit would have saved the taxpayer £2.4 billion in 2026-27, rising to £3.2 billion in 2030-31. Yet our current Prime Minister would rather throw some red meat to his backbenchers than exercise fiscal discipline. He has caved into their demands, even though scrapping the two-child benefit limit was previously ruled out by the Chancellor and was conspicuously absent from Labour's manifesto. Conservatives believe in fairness for the working parents who make difficult choices about whether they can afford another child. Many working families do not have incomes much higher than the threshold for universal credit, but are paying for others through their taxes. Why should we make these parents bear a double burden of supporting their own children as well as subsidising other people's? A fair system should not simply exempt families on benefits from making tough choices. Now, speaking of fairness, the issue of passported benefits desperately needs investigating. Last week, I highlighted the shocking statistic that 1 in 4 full-time UK workers would be better off on benefits than in work. But something that often gets overlooked is that people on universal credit also gain access to a raft of discounts and additional benefits, such as free prescriptions, discounted broadband, healthy food cards, and special savings accounts. There are over 20 of these schemes sprinkled across multiple government departments. Now, together, taken together, passported benefits give some families who are already on universal credit over £10,000 a year in extra support, costing the taxpayer over £10 billion, according to a new report from the think tank Onward. These benefits need rationalising and streamlining within universal credit, otherwise we will continue to face 3 serious problems. Firstly, these passported benefits disincentivise people from entering employment. Any sensible person would think twice about starting a job if they faced a cliff-edge denial of additional benefits worth thousands of pounds once their universal credit tapers away. Secondly, we have a 2-tier system. As a result of these linked benefits, individuals just outside the universal threshold often face greater financial hardship than benefit claimants. And thirdly, for those who really do need these extra schemes, there is a labyrinth of bureaucracy which slows down the process of getting help. These piecemeal entitlements distort the system. From a quantitative perspective, it's hard to see which poverty interventions are actually having a positive effect. It is also incredibly difficult for everyone to see if this government is succeeding at reducing poverty. Now, I welcome the government's new emphasis on deep material poverty as a headline poverty metric. This is a far more holistic measure which captures how poverty impacts people's daily lives and whether they can afford necessities. Last week, we heard endlessly that the government's child poverty strategy and the scrapping of the two-child benefit cap will bring 500,000 children out of poverty. But it is worth noting that we are talking about relative poverty.
This can never be eradicated because it refers to a household income below 60% of the median household income. The only way to reduce relative poverty is to raise the incomes of the poorest faster than the middle or compress the income distribution. An overemphasis on relative poverty has underpinned a misleading left-wing argument that exaggerates the need for income redistribution. I worry that we will end up paying people to be so-called middle class if we continue as we are. Now, at the heart of Conservative philosophy is a belief in personal responsibility, taking control of your future through hard work and aspiration. If we're serious about tackling child poverty long term, it is vital to deal with the effects of intergenerational worklessness and not to just rely on social security. Children in long-term workless households are 4 times more likely to be materially deprived. They are 10% more likely to end up workless themselves. For every parent who does not go out to work, there is a child who misses seeing a positive example of work modelled to them. The early alarm clock, the daily routine, the reward for an honest day work, and the ability to save up to buy important things. Now, that's not to say that there aren't those in dire circumstances for a vast number of reasons, but ultimately, when we're looking at people in general, that is the reality we need to deal with. Under our watch, the number of children in workless households fell consistently. Under Labour, this number has reached a 9-year high, with 1.2 million children now living in homes where no parent has worked for over a year. Now, turning, Madam Deputy Speaker, to the topic of personal independent payments, I would like to ask the Minister about a disabled constituent I caught up with at the weekend. A veteran who served in the Royal Navy for 19 years and is now an unpaid carer for her elderly father. She works full-time, mainly from home, and commutes to London a few times a month. She had a Motability scooter, which enabled her to get to the office and around London when required. But after her last PIP review, which took place over the phone, she lost her higher rate of PIP and thus her scooter. She then received a puzzling letter from the Department for Work and Pensions, which wrongly claimed that full-time work indicated she had reasonable mobility, despite the fact that her entire home is adapted for her accessibility requirements. Now, my constituent is a highly capable woman who is skilled at advocating for herself as well as her father, and indeed for her fellow veterans. But she admitted that she felt too stressed to open the letter for a few weeks, meaning that the reconsideration window had timed out by the time she fully processed the DWP's decision. For context, she has also been diagnosed with complex PTSD following a traumatic experience in the military and is currently on a long waiting list for treatment. Statistically, she is unusual. Fewer than 1 in 6 PIP claimants are in employment. So it seems bizarre that the DWP assessors are happy to downgrade someone in this situation who is in work and genuinely needs the higher rate of PIP to help her carry out that work, yet the department seems reluctant to stem the tide of benefits claims from people with severe mental health issues. With less severe mental health issues, pardon me. That is why a Conservative government will end sickness benefits for low-level mental health problems to ensure support is targeted to people who need it most. I welcome the government's commitment to increase the number of face-to-face PIP assessments to 30%, up from the very low rate of 5% in 2024, but I would urge them to be even more ambitious with their target to ensure that constituents like mine are accurately assessed and receive the help that they need. So in conclusion, as I return to the image I began with, the barbell is getting heavier by the year, with welfare on one side and pensions on the other. And still, the hard-working taxpayer stands in the middle, doing all the heavy lifting. And it's my belief the government is doing far too little to ease that pressure. Working families are paying the price for a system that grows ever more expensive, while true reform moves at a crawl. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's time for a welfare system that is fair to those who need to support and fair to those who pay for it.
Chair of the Select Committee, Debbie Abrahams.
Thank you so much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to be able to follow the Opposition Minister. If I could just pick up on a couple, there were several things really I would like to challenge, but I'm just going to pick up on a couple, if I may, at this moment. First of all, I think one of her opening statements was that hard-working people who get up at dawn and who go out to work basically don't approve of this increase in support. I would like to gently point out to her that most of the people who are on receipt of social security support are actually working, but they're in low-paid jobs. presided over by previous Conservative administration. So that's point number one. Point number two, I think she was talking about the concerns about young people. Yes, absolutely. Nearly a million young people who are not in education, employment or training, and that concerns us all. But looking at the evidence, and we must all do this, looking at the evidence that the causes that underlie this, she may have not heard me say last week, and I've said it a few times, but the evidence from the UK Millennium Cohort Study is that half of that population have experienced childhood poverty and adversity in their young years under the former Conservative government. And that is the driver. You're five times more likely to be not in education, employment or training if you have experienced this long childhood poverty and adversity, which again, I don't think the Minister would claim that hasn't happened. But it is a pleasure to also to follow on from my right honourable friend, and I also give the uprating order for pensions and social security my wholehearted support. It is absolutely the right thing to do, and I'm going to expand on exactly why. So this year's uprating, confirmed last November by the Secretary of State, will see inflation-linked benefits and tax credits rise by 3.8% this April. The level of inflation as measured by the Consumer Price Index in September 2025. As a result of the Universal Credit Act 2025, some people didn't support that, but I did. Once we got rid of the bits that I had concerns about, the fact that we increase the standard allowance in universal credit is really important. This will mean an additional 2.3% in the standard allowance. And that will equate to a single claimant over 25 having seen their standard allowance increase from £400.14p to £424.90p per calendar month. I will.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. I'm sure she may be aware of the Resolution Foundation report today that shows how an increase in incomes has significantly slowed over the past 20 years, particularly for those on low incomes, as shown by the basic rate of UC falling by 9% in real terms since 2010. So I wonder, would she think there is merit in the proposals from the Joseph Rowntree Foundation for an independent advisory process to inform universal credit rates, ensuring that the standard allowance reflects the real cost of essentials and the inflation experienced by those living on lower incomes?
My honourable friend may not know, but the Minister and I were on the Select Committee at the time that Joseph Rowntree Foundation and Russell Trust were presenting the case for the essentials. And there's overwhelming support, I think, for this, but it's a question of how we do it in a sustainable way. And if I could go on and develop my argument a little bit, but I think he will see that I'm moving in his direction. The state pension will also increase, as we've heard. In this particular case, it will be increased by 4.8% in April. So to £241.30 per week for the new state pension, in line with the annual increase in the average wage earnings index from last May to September. But I'm going to mention just very, very quickly why it's important that we do see the increase in UC above CPI inflation. Although state support for working age people and pensioners has been fairly similar when annual uprating was first introduced in 1972, the uprating or increase in working age social security support in line with inflation, such as UC, has not always happened. So in the last 15 years, social security support for working age people was only increased by 1% between 2013 and 16, and then frozen between 2016 and 2020. Now, if anyone who wants to go and have a look at the changes in inflation over the last 15 years, it makes interesting reading, particularly in 2020, 3 and 4. This is much below inflation. As a result of this, since 2012, you've seen benefit levels for working age people and their families have lost 8.8% of their value. The UK's social protections levels are amongst the least generous in the OECD. In 2021, the New Economics Foundation estimated that the actual loss in cash terms was equivalent to £14 billion. They also estimated that if spending had been maintained, there would have been 1.5 million fewer people living in poverty. People are often surprised to hear that over the last 20 years or so, the amount of DWP spending as a percentage of GDP, which is acknowledged as the only way you can fairly compare spending, has changed very little. It was 10% in 2025 and in 2005, and in 2025 was 11%. The slight increase being accounted for an increase in spending on pensioners, which I think we would all agree is the right thing to do and we would support. What is alarming is that although poverty levels have been stabilised and will start coming down this year as a result, for example, of the removal of the two-child limit to social security support and the increase in the living wage, the depth of poverty is increasing. The Joseph, very briefly.
Thank you. I thank the Honourable Member for giving way. When it comes to tackling child poverty, there are many things that can be done, but one of the things that the Scottish Government has done, and which has massive backing from the third sector, is introducing a universal child payment. Would the Honourable Member agree that that's potentially a way forward?
I'm familiar with the child payment. I need to understand it in the context of what else is happening in Scotland as well. So I'm aware of it, and I think it's an interesting way that Scotland have tried to address that. We also had a meeting with the Scottish Child Commissioner, and were impressed with what she was doing as well. But I'll reserve judgment till I understand it a little bit more in the round, as they say. So the Joseph Rowntree Foundation only last week published new analysis showing that in 2021-24, the average person in poverty had an income of 29% below the poverty line. And that is up from the gap of 23% in 1994-97. If we use equivalised figures, this means that for couples without children, they are living on less than £12,500 a year. For children, for couples with two children under 14, this is about £17,500 a year. So social security is complex, but the importance of looking at deep poverty, which my honourable friend is doing, is really, really important. And if we avoid the appalling situation with the needs that we have inherited, then this is what we need to do. Of the 14.2 million people living in poverty identified in JRF's most recent poverty analysis, 6 million are in severe and persistent poverty, and more than half are disabled or live in a disabled household. Whilst I recognise the significant moves this government has made to address the inadequacy of working age social security support to tackle the poverty and cost of living crisis that people are experiencing, I think personally we need to be a bit bolder. As I said last week, I would like to see us be clear about our visions and vision and values which define what our social security system is for. It's 80 years since the 1946 National Insurance Act, which was introduced in response to the Beveridge report and to the outcomes, the appalling circumstances after the Second World War. I believe we need a new social contract which the British people can buy into, which spells out how all the elements of a comprehensive 21st century welfare state work together to deliver for them. For me, our social security system, like our NHS, should be there for all of us in our time of need. It should protect us from poverty if we lose our jobs, are born with or acquire health conditions or disabilities, and when we grow old. It should also be there for us if and when we need extra support, when we become carers, or sadly when we lose a loved one. But it can't work in isolation. It needs to be considered in conjunction with our health and social care, education and skills, and business and employment systems in particular, but there's more as well. Without a fit, healthy, working age population, a skilled workforce and a fair employment system providing quality, well-remunerated jobs, our economic productivity is known to fall. And our welfare system as a whole then becomes under threat. As an example, Health Equity North's Health is Wealth report shows that improving the health of the North to the same level as the rest of the country would add an extra 18.4 billion a year to the economy through enhanced productivity while reducing demand on the NHS. Last year, the Work and Pensions Select Committee commissioned Health Equity North to report on what the income could be generated through increasing return to work for people in receipt of universal credit by just 5%. Their estimates show that it would yield an extra 20 billion over the life of the Parliament, with a return on investment of between £5.21 and £6.63 for every £1 of employment support invested. This is the way we're going to reduce DWP spending. This is the way we're going to increase growth. So I look forward to how Get Britain Working and Keep Britain Working programmes such as Connect to Work and the Vanguards are expanded. They're a fantastic example of how we can proceed. I was so impressed when I met organisations that are delivering Connect to Work and the Select Committee had a session last week with Sir Charlie Mayfield and also small businesses to see how they could be involved in that. But I do hope that we can expand this and build on it. Thank you so much, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Steve Darling.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's always a pleasure to follow the member for Saddleworth and East Oldham. It's almost as if she'd been cribbing off my speech. Maybe it's because we are both on the DWP Select Committee. And the reality is that our welfare state is part of a society that should be at ease with itself. And I'd like to reflect that the old age pension was first introduced by Asquith in 1908 for 70-year-olds. That demonstrates that, you know, the Liberals were there at the foundation of our welfare state. Fast forward a few decades and we found that Margaret Thatcher actually broke the link with earnings with pensions, and that had a devastating effect on pensioner poverty, increasing it significantly over many years. So it was really heartening that when back in government, the Liberal Democrats, as part of the coalition, was part of the government that introduced the triple lock, where we have seen pensioner poverty being driven down, but there's still too much of it. I'm also concerned that the current Conservative leader has mused about means testing the triple lock. And this is disturbing. You know, will she put it back to the 5 shillings a week that we had under Asquith, and being of good character, I wonder? But we will look for the white smoke to appear from the Conservative Party on that world. And reflecting on pensioner poverty, because as my colleague just before me was reflecting on, we've done a lot of work as part of the DWP Select Committee around this world, and it's interesting to hear from people, particularly people who we've heard evidence from in recent weeks, where as you get older, particularly manual workers find it harder to continue the jobs that they're in, and how we need to make sure that there's a whole systems approach, making sure that employers are more flexible, and the Mayfield report is important of that, how rather than just shuffling people off the books. We need to make sure that employers like our continental friends do see what reasonable adaptations they can do to keep them on the books. But also, pensioner poverty is something that we need to drive forward with. And I can only reflect in my own constituency of Torbay, where I've had people heading towards pension, wanting to still work, but not able to because they have had a dodgy hip and they're awaiting an operation. Sadly, the improvements at our hospital has been delayed by many, many years at Torbay Hospital. So again, it's as my previous colleague was alluding to, it is about making sure that we're sorting out our National Health Service across the country as a whole so that people are in a fit state to work, but also what causes Liberal Democrats concern is the way that social care has been kicked down the line and not being resolved sooner rather than later. I'd now like to move on to a key element of these proposals where I'd like to welcome more generally the upgrading that we've seen from the Minister here today. But carers allowance and the fact that this is, carers, unpaid carers in the United Kingdom undertake the equivalent work to the value of the whole of our NHS, which is absolutely mind-blowing. But the SACE review investigated the overpayments to carers, and you only needed to earn £1 or so over a week for you to lose thousands of pounds for your carers allowance and end up having a liability there. And last February, the SACE review found that there were 86,000 people who had that liability from overpayment of carers allowance. The government have committed to clearing off it was £87,000. The government have committed to clearing off, writing off £26,000. That means that £61,000 debts remain outstanding, and that causes grave concerns for lots of people who have that standing over them like a sword of Damocles. So I'd really be grateful if the Minister, in his windings up, is able to reflect on that area. Finally, the last benefit I'd like to reflect on is in respect of what was originally DLA, but now PIP. And that this benefit, unlike I know at the time of when this was a hot potato, some ministers described it as pocket money for people with disabilities. This is a benefit that is there to support people with basic living needs, whether it's being able to get out and about and live a normal life that many people would take for granted, or preparing food, or just the simple dignity of being clean and being able to wash and having help with that. This is a benefit that supports these people. So it's disturbing how last July, the Minister was there having to almost rip up the speech in front of him and going into bat with a rubber chicken effectively in his hand on this. But we welcome the upgrade of these benefits. But does it truly reflect the increase that we've seen in earnings and the ability for people who are on PIP to be able to take people on to support them? A colleague before me has already mentioned the Joseph Rowntree Foundation and the right to do so, because their report that was published last week shows that poverty has flatlined since 2005. And the really disturbing thing is, if you look at deprivation and deep poverty, the fact that I hear from church leaders in Torbay that they have seen destitution at much higher levels than what they've seen historically is absolutely shocking. So it's really disappointing that the government have not driven hard on trying to reform the welfare state in a positive way, making sure that we can tackle that deep poverty that many in our community suffer, making sure that we should be reforming the welfare state with those who use it so they can live their best lives. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Neil Duncan-Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Our social security system acts as the bedrock of our welfare state. but for years the safety net it was meant to provide has developed more and more holes through which some of our most vulnerable citizens have fallen. Now, for our older generation, the state pension is absolutely the foundation on which a decent retirement can be built. The restoration of the triple lock has been key to raising the incomes of some of our poorest pensioners, which is why we need to see it continue, of course. But it would be wrong to say the job has been done when we still have 1.9 million older people living in poverty. And the weakness of our means-tested pension credit system is that around 750,000 older people are eligible to claim but have yet to do so. That is why we need to look again at the advantages of a universal system of income in retirement that reaches everyone. Even within the current uprating arrangements, there is an unfairness I want to bring out this afternoon. 8.3 million older people are in receipt of the old pre-2016 state pension, which is made up of the basic state pension and the second state pension, which for many would have been SERPs, the state earnings related pension scheme introduced by the late and great Barbara Castle. Whilst the triple lock applies to the basic state pension for these people, the lower consumer price index is used to uprate the second state pension. This year that will give a difference of 1%, and over time we have seen the gap between those on the old state pension and the new state pension widen. This is unfair, and we should consider uprating all pensions in the same way. Now, uprating, of course, is also a contentious issue that's already been mentioned in the Chamber this afternoon when it comes to overseas pensioners. Nearly 500,000 UK state pensioners do not receive the annual increase because they've moved to a country that does not have a reciprocal agreement with the UK. This means that their state pensions are frozen at the value they were when they left the UK. Now, for some, this will mean their pensions are now virtually worthless. So whilst today we can debate the annual uprating of the state pension, this process does not include the frozen pensions policy because that is dealt with through secondary legislation. Now, given the serious impact on many voters living overseas, this lack of scrutiny and the opportunity to vote means that this House is unable to hold the government to account on this issue, and I think that needs to change. Now, finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to address the issue of our social security system needing to provide for the essentials of living, which a number of members have already raised. This April, for the first time since universal credit, as the Minister said, the standard allowance will increase above inflation. This will certainly go some way to close the gap between the cost of essentials and is welcome, of course. But despite this boost, too many families will continue to face a significant shortfall between their income and the daily costs of living. Now, the Joseph Rowntree Foundation and Trussell estimate that a single adult needs at least £120 a week and a couple £205 a week to afford the essentials. Universal credit sadly falls short of this. We know that the vast majority of people referred to a food bank were in receipt of a means-tested social security payment, such as universal credit. And at the heart of the problem is the fact that there is no evidence-based foundation for setting benefit levels. As a result, updated rates don't properly reflect people's needs. That is why there is a call for an independent process that draws on research, including from those with lived experience, to advise ministers on how much universal credit needs to be to afford essentials like food, utilities and vital household items. The protection, Madam Deputy Speaker, offered by our social security system should be to ensure that no one in need falls through the gaps. This is a mark of a compassionate society and one we should be proud to advance.
With leave of the House, Minister to wind up.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. With the leave of the House, I'm grateful to have that opportunity. to do so, and I welcome the contributions we've heard to the debate. There are a number of points I'd want to make in response to those that have been made. But let me start by just thanking everyone who's taken part. We've had some constructive and helpful contributions. I'm grateful to the Honourable Member for South West Devon for clarifying her point about what happened in 1997. She read my facial expression correctly. I was perplexed when she told us that child benefit had been abolished. I think it was 1999. I've done a little bit of checking since she made that clarification. It was 1999 that family credit was replaced, but it was replaced, of course, by the much better tax credit system, a much stronger system. And I don't know whether the decision was made in her family not to apply for that, but there was big progress made, particularly in reducing child poverty across the country, thanks to the introduction of the working tax credits and then the wider tax credit system in 1999. She was absolutely right to draw attention to the scale of the challenge that the country faces with the number of young people not in education, employment or training. Nearly 1 million were left behind by the previous government. And we are very energetically on the case now to address that problem. It should have been addressed long ago. It's encouraging that the proportion of young people out of education, employment or training has fallen over the last year, but we don't want anybody left behind. So we're investing £820 million into the youth guarantee over the next 3 years to make sure that every young person, every single young person, can access the support they need to earn or to learn. Nearly 900,000 young people will get intensive one-to-one support. We're expanding youth hubs to every area in the country, creating around 300,000 additional opportunities to gain valuable workplace experience and training, as well as under the youth guarantee, guaranteed jobs for some 55,000 young people aged 18 to 21. So she's absolutely right. There's a great deal to be done on this. We are finally doing it. And I'll be looking forward to reporting back to the House on progress as the progress develops. She referred to her party's reputation as having a safe pair of hands for managing the economy. Well, I think following the Liz Truss debacle, that reputation was sadly destroyed. And I think it's going to take the party opposite a long time to rebuild that reputation. The people have a long memory about the awful turbulence that the country was plunged into in that period. And that party reputation, her party's alleged reputation, is sadly long gone. She made the point about families having a choice about whether they can afford another child. Of course, one of the points that emerged in our debate about the two-child limit is that most families who are on universal credit, who've got more than 2 children, most of them were not on universal credit when they had their children. So actually that wasn't an issue in their minds when they made that choice. And I think the Conservative response in that debate doesn't reflect the realities of what families are facing. She made an interesting point about passported benefits, and I've seen the publicity around what the think tank Onward has said about this. I mean, it is understandable that service providers use an existing means test to target their provision. That's what the last government did on the cost of living payment, for example, during the pandemic. And indeed, I noticed that the head of Onward is a former Chief Secretary to the Treasury. So, you would have thought he would have perhaps have had a chance to do something about all this in those years when he was in office. But it is an interesting topic, and I think the arrangements that we've got for passported benefits make sense. But if there are proposals for alternative arrangements, we'll be interested to have a look at them. She was critical, as her honourable friend was last week, of the use of the relative poverty measure for assessing the number of children growing up in poverty. But the relative poverty measure is the standard measure. It's the international standard measure, widely respected, used for all international comparisons on this measure. The reason I think the Conservative Party has always been so reluctant to refer to relative poverty is because its performance in government on the relative poverty measure has always been so dreadful consistently in the government that left office in 2024 and before that as well. And so the point was made rightly in that debate on the two-child limit bill that it was quite an important part of David Cameron's work to bring the Conservative Party up to date, that he embraced relative poverty as a valuable measure that ought to be taken into account. We now seem to have moved back to the pre-Cameron era in the Conservative Party, and I think it will take perhaps some time for the party to recognise the scale of the change that's needed in their thinking to reflect the country's current situation. I was interested to what she said about her constituent on PIP. I would very much like to see the letter that she referred to, because she's absolutely right. PIP is an in-work benefit as well as an out-of-work benefit, and I would be extremely concerned if people are being told, well, you're in work, you can't have PIP anymore. So I'd love to see that. And I think there are disincentives of that kind in the system that need to be addressed. I'd be grateful to have a look at that. As she knows, I'm co-chairing a review of PIP, which will conclude by the autumn of this year. She said she didn't think it would happen until 2027, but it will conclude by the autumn of this year. And she's right as well that we need to increase the proportion of face-to-face assessments for benefit. I'll just make this point and then I'll gladly give way. The reason that face-to-face assessments are such a small proportion of total assessments at the moment is because of the contracts which the Conservative government entered into towards the end of their term in office, which had no requirements for an adequate number of face-to-face assessments. And indeed, the Conservative government sold off most of the premises where many of these assessments took place, where they were undertaken. So, of course, it's taking some time to build up again the capacity to deliver those assessments. We are doing so. We are putting right the mistakes the previous government made, and we are seeing a steady increase in the proportion of both work capability assessments and PIP assessments that are undertaken on a face-to-face basis. I'll gladly give way.
I thank the Minister for giving way. And accuracy and fairness is really important, and I think the face-to-face assessments are vitally important. I suppose when one looks at the trajectory on the 30% increase, I think it is a little bit less than what I would like to see it at. I would like to see it at more. And can he give assurances to this House that it won't sit at 30%, that you will actually strive, that the government will actually strive for greater face-to-face assessments? Nothing beats the white of the eye.
We would certainly like to do so. I mean, let's get up to that level that we've set, which is a dramatic improvement on the situation that we inherited. And once we've done that, then we'll certainly learn the lessons and see what more we could do from there. I very much welcome the comments made by my honourable friend, the chair of the Select Committee, and commend her and her committee on its work. She referred to the research published, I think, towards the end of last year, showing that children who suffer poverty and adversity in childhood are, as she said, 5 times more likely to be NEET as young adults. And I looked at that paper. It's a very interesting paper, and I think I'm right in saying that the paper did say if it was just below the poverty line, in other words, without the childhood adversity as well, so children who've grown up below the poverty line are 3 times more likely to be NEET as young adults. So just looking at poverty on its own has a very big effect in increasing the likelihood of being NEET. And so in order to tackle this big NEET problem, and the opposition spokesperson was right to say that it does need tackling, then we do have to tackle child poverty, as we are doing with the scrapping of the 2-child limit in universal credit. I'll gladly give way to my honourable friend.
My right honourable friend is absolutely right about those 2 figures, but also the fact that it's over half of the current NEET cohort, 52.9%, who have experienced not just child poverty, but also family adversity. So, and that is the 5 times figure.
I'm grateful too, and that's an interesting, a very interesting paper, and I very much welcome research along those lines, and I know that she does. She's right to make the point that spending on social security is not rocketing. It's not sort of out of control, as one sometimes reads, between 10 and 11% of GDP. If you look just at the working age benefits, that's sort of 4 to 5%, also pretty consistent, not changing rapidly at the moment. She makes an interesting point, as my honourable friend, the member for Poole, did, about the current depth of poverty, and I think that's an important part of the picture that we need to address in our work. I agree with her that the social security system has a very important job to do. You cannot just sort of freeze it for a year and uprate it for another year, because if you do, you inflict harm. And we've seen that harm inflicted and the consequences of it. And she's absolutely right as well that we need a properly functioning health service again. We need support for good employment. And I'm pleased to hear from her, and indeed the point was raised by the honourable member for Torbay as well, that the Work and Pensions Select Committee has been listening to Sir Charlie Mayfield and the excellent Keep Britain Working Review that he has published, at the work that he's continuing to develop on that. And the honourable member for Torbay rightly referred to the practice of shuffling people off the books. I think too often what's happened is that people have run into a health problem in the course of their work. They have to take time off, and then kind of by accident, really, those people lose touch with work, they lose touch with the workplace, they become unemployed and inactive. And if there'd just been a bit of flexibility, a bit of continuing communication, then that outcome could have been avoided. And I really welcome the work that Sir Charlie Mayfield is doing, with now over 100 Vanguard employers looking at how best to put these lessons into practice. The honourable member for Torbay also referred to the carers allowance overpayments problem, scandal, over which we appointed Liz Sace, OBE, to, as he said, publish an independent review that looked at how overpayments had occurred, how affected carers could be supported, how to prevent future problems with overpayments arising. The review made 40 recommendations. The government has accepted or partially accepted 38 of them. It's taken action to raise the earnings limit in carers allowance. We've increased it by the largest amount it's ever increased, and we are in future going to uprate the earnings threshold annually in line with the increase in the national living wage, so that accidental exceeding of the earnings threshold will be less common. But the honourable member for Torbay also pointed out the difficulties that there are with the current cliff edge arrangements for the carers allowance earnings threshold, and that's why the Chancellor announced in the 2024 budget that we are looking at the introduction of an earnings taper instead of that cliff edge, and I think it may well be our conclusion that that would do a better job. My honourable friend, the member for Poole, I don't think I ever expected there would be a Labour MP for Poole, but I'm delighted that my honourable friend was successful in being elected to that role, and long may he serve there as well. He's absolutely right to highlight the continuing scale of the challenge of pensioner poverty. I think if you look back over the record of the former Labour government, we saw dramatic reductions both in child poverty and in pensioner poverty. Now, with child poverty, those reductions were reversed under the coalition and the Conservative government. With pensioners, towards the end of the term of the Conservative government, we were seeing the number of pensioners in poverty, that number going up again. But it went up much less dramatically than the number of children growing up below the poverty line. So our priority has been to tackle child poverty, and that's the reason for the strategy that we have published and the changes to universal credit that we debated in the House last week. But I recognise there are continuing challenges for pensioners as well. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, to conclude this uprating debate, the government is increasing the basic state pension, the full rate of the new state pension in line with earnings growth by 4.8%, meeting the government's commitment to the triple lock. We're increasing the pension credit standard minimum guarantee in line with earnings by 4.8% to support pensioners on the lowest incomes. We're increasing benefits to meet additional disability needs and carers' benefits in line with prices by 3.8%. We're increasing a number of working age benefits, statutory payments and disability benefits in line with prices by the same amount by 3.8%. So the GMP increase order requires formally contracted out occupational pension schemes to pay an increase of 3% on GMPs for the reasons that I set out earlier on, in payment earned between April 1988 and April 1997 to give a measure of protection for those pensioners against inflation that is paid for by their scheme. And I commend both of these orders to the House.
The question is the motion on the draft guaranteed minimum pensions increase order as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to the motion on the draft social security benefits operating order. Minister to move formally.
Formally.
The question is the motion on the draft social security benefits operating order as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I'll now give a few moments for the front benches to swap over. Good to see you, Stephen. And we now come to the motion on the draft child benefit and guardians allowance operating order, which will be debated together with the motion on the draft social security contributions, rates, limits and thresholds amendments, national insurance funds payments and extension of veterans relief regulations. I call the Minister to move the first motion. Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that the child benefit and guardians allowance uprating order 2026 and the social security contributions, limits and thresholds, national insurance fund payments and extension of veterans relief regulations 2026 be approved. The former sets the rates for both child benefit and guardians allowance and will ensure these benefits, for which Treasury Ministers are responsible and HMRC delivers, are uprated by inflation in April 2026. The latter sets the rates of certain national insurance contributions classes and the level of certain thresholds for the 2026-27 tax year. The regulations also make provision for a Treasury grant to be paid into the National Insurance Fund, if required for the same tax year, through a transfer of wider government funds to the National Insurance Fund. And finally, these regulations also extend the Veterans Employer National Insurance Relief for 2 years until April 2028. Yes.
Now, Speaker, quick question to the Minister in relation to, and first of all, welcome what the Minister is saying. It's positive. It's a good step forward for guardians, for carers, for veterans. Sometimes I have people who come to me and ask me questions and say, "Can I get any help with this?" With the changes that come in and how it affects them, and when you give them more money, sometimes they fit into a tax bracket. So can I ask the Minister, is there help available for those who receive the increase in the guardians, the carers, the veterans, in relation to their monies, just to make sure that there's somebody there who can help them through the process? Sometimes it's a myriad, or it's almost like walking through a muddy field. They just don't know where to go next.
Minister.
I thank the honourable member for his question, and he's right that there are a range of reliefs within the national insurance system that help particular groups, young people, people who've served in our military, and it's right that those are there, and I'm glad that the government took the decision to extend the relief by 2 years. The government does publish guidance on the way that these reliefs can be used. We aim to make sure that we can support the people who are seeking to employ the young people or people who've served in the military with that guidance so that they are able to make those employment decisions, because we do want to support through the tax system the ability of particular groups to be able to be employed. And I thank him for his question. Turning to the detail of the Child Benefit and Guardians Allowance Operating Order 2026, as honourable members will know, the government is committed to delivering a welfare system that's fair for taxpayers while providing support for those who need it. These regulations ensure the benefits for which Treasury Ministers are responsible and which HMRC delivers are operated by inflation in April 26. Child Benefit and Guardians Allowance will increase by 3.8% in line with the Consumer Price Index in the year to September 2025. Tax credits awards ended on the 5th of April 2025, and so no changes to rates will be required. Turning now to the second set of regulations before us today. As announced at budget, the primary threshold and the lower profits limit thresholds will be maintained at their current levels until April 2031. These regulations set the level for the 2026-27 tax year. For employees, entitlement towards contributory benefits, such as the state pension, is determined by their earnings being at or above the lower earnings limit. For self-employed people, their entitlement is determined by their earnings being at or above the small profits threshold. Madam Deputy Speaker, these regulations uprate the LEL and the SPT. This is the usual process and maintains the real level of income where someone gains entitlement to contributory benefits. The upper earnings limit for employee NICs and the upper profits limit for self-employed NICs, both the points at which the main rate falls to 2%, are aligned with the higher rate threshold for income tax. These thresholds will be maintained at their current levels, and these regulations set the level for the 2026-7 tax year. As announced at the budget last year, employer national insurance thresholds, including the secondary threshold, are also maintained at their current levels. And we've had a brief discussion already about the employer NICs reliefs, including employer NICs reliefs for under 21s, under 25 apprentices, veterans and new employees in free port and investment zones. The regulations we are debating today keep the thresholds for these reliefs at their current levels. The regulations also make provision for the NICs relief for employers of veterans to be extended for 2 years until April 2028, during which time the government will continue to consider the most effective way to support veterans into employment as part of the next spending review settlement. Madam Deputy Speaker, without these regulations, child benefit and guardians allowance would fall in real terms, and HMRC would be unable to collect NICs receipts. So I hope that colleagues will join me in supporting them today.
The question is the motion on the draft child benefit and guardians allowance operating order as on the order paper. I call Shadow Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a great pleasure to be here this afternoon to debate these two SIs with the Exchequer Secretary. And as the Minister stated, these regulations are made each year, and it is precedent for them to be debated on the floor of this House. And I'm glad to see that this precedent continues, and hope that the government will keep this going for the remainder of its premiership, however long that may last. So turning to the measures in front of us today, I want to make it clear that we will not be voting against them when the debate concludes. However, I'd just like to comment on each SI and the wider political discourse around them. The first set of regulations about social security set the rates of certain national insurance and contribution classes. and the level of certain thresholds for the 2026-27 tax year. Specifically, it will uprate the lower earnings limit, the small profit threshold, and the rates of Class 2 and Class 3 national insurance contributions. And this will be increased by 3.8%, which is the Consumer Price Index figure from September 2025. All other limits and thresholds that these regulations cover will remain frozen at their current level. But what has been highlighted here by this is that the increase last year was 1.7% compared to 3.8% this year. Both of these percentages represent the rate of inflation that is being paid by that our constituents are suffering under. And of course, the 1.7% is what we left the government when they came to power. 3.8% is the level of inflation that the government is now delivering to consumers. As I say, when we left office, inflation was at 2%. We had managed to get this down following a once-in-a-generation pandemic and Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine and the subsequent energy crisis. So since Labour has come in, inflation has risen almost every month and is now stuck at around 3.6%. Why is that? Because they are relentlessly pursuing policies instead of making practical solutions. And for example, the drive towards net zero. Of course we want to have net zero. Of course we want to get to the point where we clean up our carbon footprints. But by going too far, this government has managed to put up energy bills by £300 since they were elected. Is it any wonder that inflation is so high and shows little sign of coming down anytime soon? So I don't want to press the Minister on too many questions, but could he, in due course, let us know when the government expects inflation to return to the target rate of 2%, which everybody agrees is where it should be. The other point I want to make is, about this particular SI is that it extends the employer national insurance contributions for veterans to 2028. And this means that businesses will continue to pay no employer NICs on salaries up to the veterans' upper secondary threshold of £50,000, £270 for the first year of their employment. A very good thing. I think the Minister will agree. We introduced this relief in 2022 as we wanted to encourage as many employers as possible to help our veterans. These people have done a huge amount to protect our country, and it's important that we show our gratitude to them. The Minister is nodding, and I'm sure he agrees with this point. Therefore, we welcome that the government have committed to extending this relief for the next 2 years. However, I do want to point out that in the budget document, the government did say the following, I quote, "The government will extend the employer NICs relief for employers hiring veterans in their first civilian role to April 2028, from which point support for veterans into employment will be covered through spending review settlements rather than through this tax relief." So I know that the government have committed to consult on which way would be best to do this. And this is positive, and I hope that the Minister is open to consider continuing this relief as an option if a suitable alternative can't be found. And so in due course, it would be great if the Minister could, or the government could let us know kind of what is being planned and what time frame we will have in order to understand what will be happening for veterans. Turning to child benefit and guardians allowance, this, like the previous one, this statutory instrument will uprate child benefit and guardians allowance in line with CPI for the 26-27 tax year. So again, these increases are something we welcome, as these particular benefits are an important part of our welfare system. For example, guardians allowance is designed to provide further support to people who care for someone else's child, for example, if the child's parents have died. To these people who step in, these people, the guardians, when they step in, are incredibly important to the upbringing of young children. We have a duty to support these people so that they can ensure the children they care for can have the best start in life. However, whilst these particular state benefits are important, I have to say the government is abandoning their responsibilities to tackle the wider benefits bill. This time last year in this debate, the former Exchequer Secretary, now the Chief Secretary to the Treasury, said, quote, "The government is committed to delivering a welfare system that is fair to taxpayers while providing support to those who need it." When it came down to it, though, this government didn't take the opportunity to make those savings. Instead, it appears, Madam Deputy Speaker, they caved into their backbenchers, and we are now in a position where the benefit bill continues to balloon. According to the Times, even the Prime Minister has vetoed plans to reform the welfare system, simply to avoid the embarrassment of yet another U-turn. And this simply isn't fair either to taxpayers, and it isn't fair to the people who need this support the most. So I hope the Minister, again, in due course, will set out when the needed benefits reforms will be brought forward and what steps he is taking to ensure taxpayers' money is going to those who need it most. Overall, though, Madam Deputy Speaker, we won't stand in the way of any of these SIs in front of us today. But as I say, in due course, we look forward to hearing what the Minister has to say, but not necessarily this afternoon, though, I would stress, on those points I have raised. Thank you.
I call the Liberal Democrat spokesperson, Steve Darling.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I would like to welcome the proposals in respect of child benefit and guardianship allowance. I know when speaking to children of Torbay, when I visit schools, it's disturbing how many of them are only too alive to the cost of living crisis, worried about mum or dad not having enough money to put petrol in the car, concerned about covering the bills. So whilst these aren't big amounts of money, we know that it all adds up and is helpful to these youngsters in our communities. However, the national insurance elements of this are continuing the most significant misstep that the government undertook in this Parliament, and that is the hikes, and effectively shooting the goose that lays the golden egg of economic growth. I know from my conversations with businesses across Torbay and across the west of England, whether it's Paynton Zoo, Woodlands or the water park Splashdown, the limiting of where you start to pay national insurance contributions to £5,000 is crippling for lots of these seasonal businesses. Because of the seasonality of this work, it then means that they're having to trim the opportunities for youngsters who be able to take on summer jobs. And I know from speaking to the owner of Splashdown only a couple of weeks ago, she talks about talking to people who came back in later years who were now solicitors, airline pilots or doctors, but they learnt the trade of getting into work on time but going and working on a water park and so forth. I'd then like to just reflect on particularly how it's hitting the hospitality industry across the west of England, the national insurance hikes that this draws out again. That the fact that we've already seen massive increases of cost of fuel for these businesses. And also what I hear from businesses is the uncertainty that they've got around the Employment Rights Bill. So I would call upon the Minister and the Government to make sure that they reflect on, as this is rolled out, limiting the impact and making sure that it is a soft introduction so it doesn't have a further devastating impact on our employment. But most of all, I would reflect on how the national insurance hike has impacted, and I would ask the Minister to reflect on that. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker.
The question is the motion on the draft child benefit and guardians allowance operating order as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to the motion on the draft Social Security contributions, rates, limits and thresholds amendments, National Insurance Fund payments and extension of Veterans Relief regulations. Minister to move formally.
Move formally.
The question is the motion on the draft Social Security contributions, rates, limits and thresholds amendments, National Insurance Funds payments and extension of Veterans Relief regulations as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to motion number 5 relating to standing orders, consideration of estimates. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Motion number 6 on terms and conditions of employment. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Motion number 7 on terms and conditions of employment. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Motion number 8 on terms and conditions of employment. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Motion number 9 on electricity. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now move on to the petitions. Petition, John Slinger.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the investment that has expanded and improved services at the Hospital of St Cross in Rugby, but my constituents want urgent treatment to improve further and include more doctor-led services. I've raised this issue with ministers and in the House. Locally, I've convened roundtables with stakeholders, including community health organisations, councillors and campaigners, to ensure their voices are heard by local health leaders. I have asked these leaders when their review of urgent emergency care will conclude. Now I expect local health leaders to take note and, more importantly, to take action. The petitioners therefore request that the House of Commons urge the Government to work with NHS Coventry and Warwickshire Integrated Care Board to ensure that urgent care provision at the Hospital of St Cross is retained and enhanced to include doctor-led urgent care services. And the petitioners remain, etc.
Petition urgent care provision in Rugby.
Thank you.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Alan Mack.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On behalf of Havant constituency residents and NHS patients, I welcome the opportunity to urgently raise in Parliament the sudden and distressing removal of diagnostic services at Oak Park Clinic in Havant. Oak Park is a vital community asset which has long played an important role in local healthcare provision. In particular, it has provided a range of services including therapies, outpatient clinics and diagnostic checks. For residents, it represents local, familiar and accessible care, particularly for sick, elderly and vulnerable people who struggle to travel. Some of these services remain, but the loss of diagnostics is a huge concern for my constituents in Havant, Langston, Bedhampton, Emsworth, Hayling Island, Lee Park, Purbrook, Stakes and Widley. The withdrawal of diagnostic services at Oak Park took place suddenly, immediately before Christmas, and came with no warning. In fact, there was no consultation with patients, local GPs, community groups or care providers. The local reaction to this removal has been both outrage and fear. This is the time of the year, Madam Deputy Speaker, when the NHS and its patients feel the most pressure, and frankly the timing of the withdrawal could not have been worse. My thoughts are also with the staff who worked at Oak Park providing diagnostic services, because I understand they only received a month's notice themselves that this work would be ending. Personally, I was not notified before or even immediately after the withdrawal of services by any of the local NHS bodies or service providers. In particular, I heard nothing from the Hampshire and Isle of Wight Integrated Care Board, who commission and oversee these services at Oak Park. In fact, the first contact I had from the ICB was yesterday morning, once this debate had been confirmed, and I now look forward to learning from the ICB about how it intends to replace the services lost at Oak Park. I welcome the commitment the ICB gave to me yesterday to provide what they call a strong neighbourhood model for delivering diagnostic services to the Havant constituency. I hope they deliver on that commitment, and I'd welcome the Minister's support in holding the ICB accountable for delivering it. The ICB has told me that the ending of diagnostic services at Oak Park was taken by the NHS provider and that it was not an ICB decision. But the general failure to communicate with people affected by the closure has caused widespread confusion, anger and fear. It is disappointing, Madam Deputy Speaker, that nearly 2 months on from the removal of diagnostic services at Oak Park, there is still no clear information in the public domain about the background behind the removal. no agreement about a way forward, and no news about whether temporary vision, for example through a mobile diagnostic unit, is feasible. Madam Deputy Speaker, the importance of diagnostic provision in Havant cannot be overstated. Havant War Memorial Hospital closed in September 2011, and at the time, local people were assured that replacement facilities would maintain accessible healthcare in the community. It was Oak Park Clinic that provided the reassurance that healthcare would indeed remain close to home. The message from residents, patients, GPs and the whole community is clear. Diagnostic services must be restored locally by the NHS and the ICB to a central location in the Havant constituency, either at Oak Park or another suitable site. In the meantime, there must be interim provision, again in the constituency, for example via a mobile unit or temporary facilities. Local people deserve nothing less, and my campaign to get the government, the ICB and the NHS to deliver will continue. As the Minister knows, diagnostics are the gateway to treatment. Oak Park offered X-ray, ultrasound and echocardiogram services. These are basic but vital services which inform clinicians quickly about the health of a patient and allow them to decide what further tests or treatment are necessary. If these checks are delayed or unavailable, it can have appalling health consequences for patients, slowing their access to treatment or even cutting it off altogether. The cumulative effect is to increase referrals into already pressured acute settings such as Queen Alexandra Hospital in Portsmouth and undermine the cohesion of local NHS services. Madam Deputy Speaker, the alternative to the facilities at Oak Park is to divert my constituents to St Mary's Community Health Campus in Portsmouth. This is hugely inconvenient for them because travel into Portsmouth from communities in the Havant constituency is difficult at the best of times. St Mary's is located on Portsea Island in the city, and there are only 3 roads on and off the island. The road most likely to be used by people travelling from my constituency, the Eastern Road, has been closed in one direction for several weeks for sewer repair works. It will remain closed until next month at the earliest. Traffic disruption has been appalling for anybody travelling to Portsmouth on any route, and my constituents tell me they have been affected when travelling to and from St Mary's. Setting aside the temporary issues caused by the closure of the Eastern Road, St Mary's is, in any event, poorly served by public transport from any of the communities in the Havant constituency. There is no direct bus link between the Havant constituency and the campus. St Mary's is more than 1.5 miles from the nearest railway station, and there is no bus from the railway station to the campus. Residents from Hayling Island in my constituency who have to go to St Mary's instead of Oak Park face an especially arduous journey, consisting of a minimum of 3 bus journeys, taking at least 1.5 hours in each direction. During peak periods, given the terrible traffic conditions in Portsmouth, this is likely to take much longer and risk appointments being missed. You will not be surprised, Madam Deputy Speaker, that I've been contacted by GP surgeries in my constituency expressing in the strongest terms their dismay at the Oak Park situation. The Elms practice on Hayling Island has highlighted the length and difficulty of the journey to St Mary's, as well as the additional cost of the longer journey, which many patients simply cannot absorb. The practice highlights the risk of missed opportunities and diagnoses, particularly for patients with chronic conditions. The additional stress of the longer journey for patients with already limited mobility or who are living with disabilities is intolerable. Madam Deputy Speaker, I've also heard similar concerns from the Homewell Curlew GP practice in Havant, close to the GP site, close to the Oak Park site, whose patients now face much longer journeys. The problem was also raised with me last week in person by a manager at a care home in Havant. She told me that their patients are having to spend £50 or more on a round trip by taxi into Portsmouth. This is an unacceptable state of affairs. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is not just an issue for my own constituents. The additional burden of more patients arriving at St Mary's will in fact affect people living in neighbouring constituencies who would normally use St Mary's for diagnostic checks. The loss of capacity at Oak Park is having a considerable regional impact, and it appears this sudden withdrawal of services is not an isolated example. My honourable friend, the member for Romsey and Southampton North, cannot speak in this debate as she also serves as Deputy Speaker, but we have discussed the loss of phlebotomy services from Romsey Hospital because of an ICB decision. I understand her constituents now have to travel to Southampton or even Lymington for appointments. My honourable friend has characteristically spoken up for her constituents very effectively. I know she will continue to do so. In terms of wider NHS engagement, Madam Deputy Speaker, I have a good relationship with all my local NHS bodies, and I want to continue that constructive approach to improve patient outcomes. The loss of these services at Oak Park came shortly after I had a positive meeting with the new chair of Portsmouth Hospital's University NHS Trust, which manages Queen Alexandra Hospital in Portsmouth. This is the general hospital which serves my constituency and people across much of South East Hampshire. We had a good discussion about the importance of local provision of basic services. Whilst the Trust doesn't manage the Oak Park facility, when things go wrong with diagnosis, it is on Queen Alexandra Hospital in Portsmouth that the burden mostly falls. I successfully lobbied the last Conservative government to secure funding for the new emergency department at Queen Alexandra Hospital, which serves my constituency. However, it is already clear that even with a new ED, the hospital is facing capacity challenges. So anything that gets patients into the right care pathway first time at the earliest opportunity helps ease that pressure, and diagnostic services play a key part in that. The public see the NHS as a monolithic structure, and when things go wrong in one part, as has happened with Oak Park, constituents find it confusing and disempowering. The NHS and the ICB must put that right. Madam Deputy Speaker, I hope that following this debate, as well as securing the return of the diagnostic facilities, we can have a broader conversation about wider provision for my constituents when it comes to health. For example, an urgent treatment centre in the Havant constituency would further ease the pressure on both QA and St Mary's. I've always been clear that empowering patients helps them lead healthier, longer lives, whether it's through digital transformation or through being able to access basic timely care locally and in a convenient way. For that reason, I successfully campaigned for the Emsworth Victoria Hospital building to be retained by the NHS so it could become the new home for Emsworth Medical Practice, which is now a superb resource for all its patients. We all lead busy lives, and proximity to good, local, high-quality healthcare services is vital. I also know the GP practices on Hayling Island need better facilities, and I've been working with them, the ICB, and other NHS bodies to bring that about. But first, we have to fix the Oak Park issue and bring those diagnostic services back. In closing, Madam Deputy Speaker, I have 3 requests for the Minister. Firstly, will he commit the NHS to restoring diagnostic services locally in the Havant constituency in a permanent setting as quickly as possible, whether at Oak Park or at another site? Secondly, while the permanent restoration process continues, will he support the provision of temporary diagnostic services in the Havant constituency, for example through a mobile unit or at a temporary site? And thirdly, will he meet me to discuss how the ICB and the NHS bodies can quickly move to restore these diagnostic services in the Havant constituency and learn the lessons from the Oak Park situation? Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to thank the hard-working NHS staff who provide such fantastic support for my constituents all year round, and I call on the Minister to ensure my constituents have their access to local diagnostic services restored in the Havant constituency as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And just before starting, I wanted to note that this policy lead is actually my honourable friend, the Minister for Health. She sends her apologies. She's not able to be here today, but I will, of course, report back to her, and I'm sure that she'd be more than happy to accept the honourable gentleman's request for a meeting for further discussions. I congratulate the member for Havant on securing this debate on the provision of diagnostic services in Havant and specifically at Oak Park Community Clinic. This is a very important matter to his constituents, and of course it resonates more broadly across communities right across our country. Diagnostic services are a critical part of our NHS, and for patients they are crucial to helping them get peace of mind about their symptoms or clarity on the next stage of their care. Reducing the waiting times for diagnostic tests is critical to achieving both our elective waiting times and cancer waiting time ambitions. Prior to this debate, the Department has received correspondence from GPs working in the honourable gentleman's constituency on this very issue. I therefore completely understand the concern shared by the honourable member and the concerns of his constituents. I hope that I can provide a helpful update on the situation and set out the steps being taken to resolve this issue. Until recently, a range of diagnostic services were provided at Oak Park Community Clinic. Services were delivered in partnership between the NHS Hampshire and Isle of Wight Integrated Care Board and an independent healthcare provider, Practice Plus Group. As the Honourable Member has just said, Practice Plus Group took the decision with limited notice to move equipment for non-obstetric ultrasound, X-ray and echocardiography away from Oak Park Community Clinic to St Mary's Community Hospital in Portsmouth. With regard to the request to meet to discuss the circumstances of the suspension of these services at Oak Park Clinic, I will ensure that a request is passed on to my colleague, the Minister for Health. I can inform the Honourable Gentleman here that the closure is because Practice Plus Group took the view that the lease no longer represented value for money. I can fully appreciate the disruption that this is causing in the Havant area for patients who now face longer travel times and inconvenience to receive care. I am aware that the ICB has communicated with all referring organisations affected and is working to mitigate disruption, including reviewing alternative provision to ensure continuity of diagnostic services for patients in the Havant area. In the meantime, patients can be referred to Practice Plus Group services at the St Mary Community Campus in Portsmouth for these diagnostic tests. Queen Alexandra Hospital in Cosham is also providing diagnostic services and is of course accessible to many patients across Havant. For some, it is likely that this will be more convenient and should be offered as a location for diagnostic tests. The Honourable Member for Havant will be aware that Oak Park Community Diagnostic Centre is also located at Oak Park Community Clinic. The non-obstetric ultrasound service at Oak Park Community Clinic was until recently provided as part of the Community Diagnostic Centre. X-ray and echocardiography, while provided at the same site, are separate to the CDC operations. When the Community Diagnostic Centre was first approved, Portsmouth University Hospital's NHS Trust commissioned Practice Plus Group to deliver non-obstetric ultrasound activity for the centre. This arrangement would utilise Practice Plus Group's equipment and room with sonographers employed by the Trust delivering the tests. I can today confirm to the Honourable Member for Havant and to the House that Portsmouth Hospital's University NHS Trust are preparing to recommence non-obstetric ultrasound at Oak Park CDC this month. With financial support from NHS England's National Diagnostic Programme, the Trust has been able to purchase an additional scanner for this site. In the meantime, Oak Park CDC continues to provide symptomatic mammography, ophthalmology assessment and peripheral neurophysiology assessments at the Oak Park Community Clinic site. The Honourable Gentleman has asked about the possibility of temporary pop-up facilities to restore all services at Oak Park. I am informed that the ICB is working closely with Practice Plus Group to resolve this issue and is looking for a solution to restore X-ray and echocardiography at Oak Park Community Clinic for patients. Community provision of diagnostic services such as Oak Park Clinic are a central plank of our plan to make the NHS fit for the future. We are committed to bringing more diagnostic services into community settings and to make healthcare more accessible to patients who might face barriers to hospital access, including those with mobility issues, caring responsibilities or limited transport options. We have committed, as part of our elective reform plan, to build up to 5 more CDCs as part of our £600 million capital investment for diagnostics in 2025-26. We are also working to ensure more CDCs are open 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, delivering more same-day tests and consultations and an expanded range of tests. Since coming to office in July 24, CDCs have delivered over 10.9 million CDC tests and scans. CDCs are a vital step in supporting our shift from hospital to community. They provide patients with access to vital tests, scans and checks around busy working lives closer to home. We're setting clear expectations for NHS providers on diagnostic performance. Our medium-term planning guidance sets out the ambition that performance against the diagnostic 6-week wait constitutional standard will improve, so that no more than 1% of patients wait more than 6 weeks from referral for a diagnostic test by March 2029. And we have set an interim milestone that no more than 20% of patients wait over 6 weeks by March 2027. For NHS Hampshire and Isle of Wight ICB, we recognise that significant improvements in performance will be required. Performance is currently at 29.5% at November 2025, so there is clearly a long way to go. In 25-26, NHS Hampshire and Isle of Wight ICB were allocated £49.3 million of capital funding from the Constitutional Standards Recovery Fund announced by the Chancellor at the Spending Review, aimed at supporting NHS performance across secondary and emergency care. This includes supporting new capacity and productivity improvements in diagnostic services. This is part of over £6 billion of additional capital investment over 5 years across new diagnostic, elective and urgent care capacity to deliver the improvements to the NHS that patients need and deserve, so that the NHS is there for them when they need it. So I want to end by again thanking the Honourable Member for Havant for tabling this important debate and raising this issue, and I congratulate him once again on securing this important debate. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
The question is that this House to now adjourn. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Order, order.